rose to become the fastest growing sector of the Nigerian economy in 2019. The aviation sector contributed or increased the GDP contribution within the period from 0.4 to 0.6. Nigeria was amongst the member nations, of course, that ratified the Single African Air Transport Market, the SATM, which in our view is the vehicle for African integration, true African integration. Connectivity becomes easy and propensity to fly will increase, and connection is as important as any linkage in transportation. And by air is more efficient, faster, and safer. The global pandemic, however, has been a major challenge. Talking now about COVID, it has negatively affected all aspects of the sector. However, normalcy is being restored, I'm happy to announce, with the reopening of the airspace in Nigeria. The goals of the transportation industry in AfCFTA is safe and secure transportation system, drive economic development, facilitate connectivity, develop local capacity, enhance sustainability, and all of the above are in consonant with the aviation roadmap which President Muhammadu Buhari has approved for us in 2016. That we're driving that involves airport concession, establishment of a national carrier, repair and overhaul center, development of agro-allied cargo terminals, establishment of an aviation and aerospace university, Pan-African, establishment of a leasing company, development of aerotropolis, search and rescue, and then, of course, designation of our airports as free zones. The 5 airports in Nigeria have been designated by the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment as free zones already. Now, there are quite a lot of achievements we have recorded in this time, but for want of time, I might not bore you. I'll just go through the future that we see in civil aviation in Nigeria. We are, of course, very soon having state-of-the-art equipment for safe air transportation and navigation, as well as weather forecasting. NIMET in Nigeria has become a leading information provider for weather in the continent. And then, of course, network of international standard airports run under public-private partnerships that will provide world-class services to Nigerian and international visitors. We have 5 of those airports completed at the moment. We have robust industry that will be pivotal to the socio-economic development of Nigeria by contributing significantly to the national GDP. Our aim is to contribute 5% of Nigeria's GDP before 2023. We possess a very strong national carrier and vibrant domestic airlines in Nigeria. This is looking at the future. Thriving aerotropolis at the 2 proposed aviation hubs in Lagos and Abuja, Nigeria to be major partaker in the perishable air freight market, not only in Africa, but globally as well. Nigeria used to export tomatoes, mangoes, bananas, pineapples, rose flowers, etc., etc. We would come back to those good old days. The transformation in Lagos and Abuja into regional hub is something that will facilitate connectivity. We will promote and create businesses opportunities for local entrepreneurs, attract foreign investors, and serve as an enabler for such other services and sectors such as agriculture, oil and gas, tourism, more importantly, and thereby generating more employment. Pan-African Aviation Aerospace University for research and development in aviation will be established to provide for Africa a center for research and development. To conclude, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the aviation sector roadmap has continued to contribute to the growth and development of the sector in line with global best practice. Furthermore, it will facilitate the development of West and Central Africa hub and create massive employment for the youth in this sub-region of 600 million people. We will increase the GDP from current 0.6% to 5%. Aviation is currently the fastest growing sector in Nigerian economy from the figures of Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and also Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. The global pandemic has consequences on the roadmap, but the ministry is getting back on track and continuing with the implementation of the outlined programs. Aviation is very resilient. We've seen it has undergone through 9/11, through SARS, through World War I, through World War II, through all of these disasters, but aviation would always bounce back. And we hope in the very near future, this very important industry will bounce back, and we invite all of you to invest in Nigeria and Africa civil aviation for greater connectivity, for more robust economy. I thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Haid Serika. He mentioned in his presentation that aviation provides vital links between customers and markets, promotes regional and domestic integration, foreign investment. He also mentioned the fact that the industry has the capacity to reduce poverty, and he mentioned from it led to the GDP of Nigeria from 0.4% to 0.6%, and that on the roadmap, the aim is to be able to raise that contribution to Nigeria's GDP to 5%. Of Nigeria would include the development of the carriage of agricultural goods, and the fact that it would result in the massive employment of youth. And on the final note, he mentioned the resilience of the aviation sector and encourages participants to invest in this sector. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. At this point, I would like to call upon Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Act of Nigeria. I hope he is here. Mr. Francis, can you kindly confirm if His Excellency is here?
Yes, I think he's represented by someone. So we're about to unmute him now.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Engineer Chukwuike Obonna Ozo, Director, Highway Planning and Development. I'm representing the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, who is unavoidably absent. But we will be doing a brief on the Trans-African Highway. The Trans-African highways are 9 in number. The Cairo-Dakar, Algiers-Lagos, Tripoli, Windhoek to Cape Town, Cairo-Gaborone to Cape Town, Dakar-N'Djamena, N'Djamena-Djibouti, Dakar-Lagos, Lagos-Mombasa, and Beira to Lobito. Now, out of those 9 Trans-African highways, 4 of them cross Nigeria. So the 4 highways that cross Nigeria are the ones that I'll concentrate on. So the first of the 4 is a Trans-African Highway 2 that starts from Lagos, goes federal government under the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund is undertaking reconstruction and expansion of this road. The section between Lagos to Shagamu is being expanded from 2 to 3 lanes in each direction, while the section from Ibadan to Shagamu, from Shagamu to Ibadan, is being reconstructed to have a very good riding surface for the 2 lanes. Then from Ibadan, it goes up to Ilorin, which is 160 kilometers. Section 1 of that route from Ibadan to Oyo has been completed, is 47.5 kilometers. Section 2 from Oyo to Omomosho, 55 kilometers is ongoing. And currently, we have a contractor that is working there. And it's one of our priority projects being funded even through the Sukuk. Then Section 3, Ilorin to Omomosho to Ilorin is about 58.3 kilometers. It has been completed and is in good condition. From where that road ends, we enter Ilorin to Jeba, which is 105 kilometers. Currently, it's a single carriageway. And what the federal government did was to first rehabilitate the existing single lane, and it's now being dualized. At least let the people have a good road to drive through, because this is the major route for goods going from Lagos Port up to Niger Republic. Then we have the Jeba to Kaduna Road is 352. We are also doing a portion of that road by CGC. Then we have the Kaduna to Kano, which is 230. This segment is also being funded under the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund. And we have articulated that before 2023, that section should be completed. Then we have the Kano-Kazaure to Gongolam, which has been included in the 2021 budget proposal for reconstruction. The length from Kano to Kazaure is 66 kilometers. Kazaure to Gongolam is 67 kilometers. They are both dual single carriageways. Then we have the Trans-African Highway 5 that starts from Kano, from Dakar to Kano to N'Djamena. The stretch within Nigeria covers 835 kilometers. And it traverses Jibia, Katsina, Kano, Wudil, Dutse, Azare, Potiskum, Damaturu, and Medugri. Portions of this road fall within the ongoing dualization of the Kano-Medugri dual carriageway. And 2 sections of that road will be completed by first quarter of next year. So we have Jibia, Katsina, 48 kilometers, Katsina, Kano, where we are doing dualization. Currently, we've substantially completed section 1, while the section 2 is now in progress. Then Kano to Medugri, the Kano Wudil Shauri section is 105 kilometers. And this road has very high traffic volume. Then we have the Kano Medugri Shauri to Azare section, then Kano to the Azare Potiskum, then Potiskum Damaturu section. I don't want to bore you, but all we have work ongoing currently on these sections of the road, and they are all under the Sukuk program. The intention of the federal government is to substantially complete the Kano-Medugri dualization by 2023 latest. And the Trans-African Highway 7 is the stretch from Dakar to Lagos. For the Nigerian portion, it starts from Erikmo towards that roundabout in Lagos to Kokomaiko, that is section 1. It's a length of 22 kilometers. The ongoing project work there is being done by Lagos State government. They are expanding the carriageway, and also they have introduced light rail tracks on the median. And they have a provision for bus rapid transit lanes. So this is within the urban section of the road. Then the section 2 is from Okokomaiko to Agbara Junction, which is being rehabilitated by the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, while the section 3 from Agbara Junction to Semeboda is 46.21 kilometers. This is being reconstructed by the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing currently, and it is a portion is also included in the Sukuk program. The target is that this road should be made very motorable and restored to its former good riding quality. So for the Seme border, there's a joint border post between Nigeria and Seme. which is a one-stop solution for immigration purposes. So if you have goods coming in from that axis, you have just a one-stop solution to clear your goods. You don't clear in Benin, then you come to Nigeria and clear again. So there's a joint border post which is completed, and we hope when this road is complete, when the whole road is rehabilitated, it should be put now to use. Now we have the Trans-Saharan Highway 8, which starts from Lagos to Mumbai. The stretch within Nigeria covers as the section 1 of that road beneath Ofosu of about 75 kilometers has been reconstructed. Section 2, Ofosu or Ajebandele, is 83 kilometers. The project has attained 81% completion. Then from Ajebandele to Shagamu is 98.4 kilometers. Is undergoing reconstruction and asphalt overlay. It has attained 27% completion. Then the Benin-Asaba is 130 kilometers. That's already a dual carriageway. So what the ministry is currently doing is to repair the bad portions of this route. Now at Asaba, it enters into the Niger bridge. We have the existing bridge, which has no problem, but the federal government is constructing the new second Niger bridge, which is almost one lane of the bridge will be completed hopefully this year. Then they start the construction of the second lane. The approach roads also are in progress. The portion connecting this bridge is about 10 kilometers. But the federal government has recently awarded the major access roads 2A and 2B of about 17.5 kilometers each. And it's being funded under the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund. And to a large extent, it's taken that by 2022, this project should be completed. So you have two options. Either you use the existing Niger bridge, or you can now use the second Niger bridge that is being constructed. Then you will, whichever section of this road you take, you come out to Oka, you onto Enugu, Onitsha-Enugu Expressway, which is also undergoing construction. And we hope that in 3 years' time, that the entire stretch will be rehabilitated. Then at Enugu, this road takes off towards Abakaleke, towards Mfum, somewhere in Cross River State. That's a border town. So along this Enugu-Mfum, the section 1 starts from Enugu to Abakaleke. It's about 77 kilometers. That road has been completely rehabilitated under the ministry's road sector development team. Then the section 2, Abakaleke to Ogoja, section 3, Ogoja Junction to Ekom, and then the section 4, Ekom to Mfum, have also all been reconstructed. There is an ongoing construction of a major bridge connecting Mfum in Nigeria to Ekok in Cameroon. And there's also a joint border post, which is located in Cross River to Mfum. That has also attained substantial completion. On this stretch of road between Abakaleke to Mfum, the ministry is also constructing about 5-way bridges to check the axle load of vehicles coming in from Cameroon and other East African countries, so that the lifespan of the road is prolonged. Then we have other projects leading to the borders, which is ongoing: Cargo Kamba Gaya in Kebbi State, Sokoto Ilela, then Konya Babura, Niger Republic, and then we have other roads leading to the ports, where we have to make sure that when the goods come into Nigeria, they can be effectively evacuated. We have the Agai Kachia Baro Road, which will help make the Baro port effective. Then we have the ongoing reconstruction of the access road to Apapa, to Oworonshoki Road, which is being undertaken under the road tax credit scheme by Dangote Group. Then we have the maps and everything. We can forward this to you later. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, I wish you a very, very successful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Engineer Uzo representing the Honorable Minister for Works, Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He spoke extensively about the Trans-African Highway, which are 9 in number, of which 4 of them cross Nigeria. He mentioned different stages of the development of various roads. He noted the various forms of investment that is also taking place on these roads in terms of sukuk funds and the likes. And he touched upon the fact that some of these roads are already existing in Nigeria and are just going to be expanded. Others were to be relayed. And he also mentioned how the importance of this development, particularly showing that Nigeria's import to African market is such that 4 out of the 9 of these trans-African highways will be located in this country. May I just quickly take a few minutes to read the profile of the Honorable Minister Babatunde Raji, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. His Excellency was born on the 28th of June 1963. He's a Nigerian lawyer, a politician, and who is currently the Federal Minister of Works and Housing. He served 2 terms as Governor of Lagos State from May 29, 2007 to May 29, 2015. As a candidate of the Action Congress Party, now known as the All Progressive Congress, His Excellency succeeded His Excellency of Works and Housing on the 21st of August 2019. Once again, His Excellency is represented by Engineer Uzo, who is the Director of Highway Planning and Development in the Ministry of Works. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. We'll quickly move on to our next speaker, who ordinarily would have been an advocate for the Federal Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. However, he sends his apology unavoidably absent, and he'll be represented this morning by the Senior Special Assistant to the President, and the Secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement National Action Committee, Mr. Francis Anatogu. Mr. Francis, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Akim-Oladun. Permit me to stand on existing protocols, and as you stated, I will be delivering a short presentation on behalf of the Director of Trade of Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. And the topic is AfCFTA, Opportunity or Threat. And essentially, to answer this question, I think we looked at it on what are we trying to achieve with AfCFTA and why is it really important. And the first thing to bear in mind is that, okay, as we speak today, Nigeria is officially in recession. The primary cause of the recession is the COVID-19 pandemic, which is affecting not just Nigeria, but every single country across the globe. But if you look deeper, and if you look at the sources of previous recessions, it points to one direction: crude oil price, dependence on oil as a mainstay and main source of foreign exchange. So for us to then build resilience, we now need to diversify our export base. The other thing to bear in mind in terms of diversifying our export base is that from the enabling trade index, you will find out that having traded for so long, or having depended on oil and gas for so long, Nigerian businesses have really lost the capabilities to trade in non-oil and gas products. And we see that in the number of agreements, trade agreements that we have, and the number we've implemented. And we see that you just see that in every aspect of our approach to export. You see that in the discrimination of Nigerian products in foreign markets, among others. So with that in mind, if AfCFTA, which offers us the opportunity to trade with 54 African countries under preferential trade terms, which means you have pretty much duty-free trade for trade in goods, and harmonized policies and regulations for trade in services. If you now have this opportunity to trade in Africa, then that gives you a sort of a safe environment to trade before then moving on to trade with the rest of the world. Unemployment rate in Nigeria is quite high today, and then for us to reduce unemployment, we need to produce. We need to produce and we need to sell. So instead of the current focus on the domestic economy, which is large, no doubt, but you now have a bigger market to trade. So that's the other advantage that AfCFTA provides. If you then also factor in our per capita income, yes, we are the biggest economy in Africa. But if you now look at per capita income, you find out that really there are other countries that have the income to buy what we produce, in some cases more than we do. So not only do we have the domestic market to play in, but we also have the export market to play in. Now, will the impact of AfCFTA come automatically? Not necessarily. There are existing issues that we need to solve, and therein lies the thread that we must contain. And a key one is predatory trade practices, smuggling, dumping, and abuses of rules of origin. But from a strategic perspective, do we really have a choice if we are to grow our economy, pull our people out of poverty, and diversify our economy? We don't. We need to do AfCFTA, but beyond AfCFTA, we need to do export trade with other with global trade partners. To put it in perspective, whether it is a threat or opportunity, let's look at the African market, and this is a slide from the Impact and Readiness Assessment study that we did, and you would easily link it to the transportation. If you look at manufacturing, or let me step back a bit. When we looked at the Africa's import, we found out that for over 20 products, Africa spends more than $1 billion per annum importing from the rest of the world. So therein is the opportunity for for African countries. Therein is the opportunity for Nigeria in AfCFTA. And these products cut across in manufacturing, be it auto and auto parts, 36 billion, refined petroleum, which is an area of competitive advantage for us, 38 billion per annum. Crude oil, we are doing very well in Africa, so we can't talk about that. But in these other areas, textile and garments, 12 billion, medicaments, which you now talk about in the context of COVID, therein you have opportunity to displace non-African countries. In agriculture, the same thing, be it looking at the primary products themselves, not even the value chain, the primary products themselves, sugar, 6.99 billion per annum, rice, roughly the same amount, oil palm, fishery. And then if you come to services, talk about transportation, the subject of today's event, 4.6 billion, travel, 5.8 billion, financial services, about 500 billion. These are all the imports and essentially the size of the market for Nigeria. So another point to take into consideration is that as of today, Nigeria's balance of trade in services is in negative territory. So there's that opportunity to reverse the trend and conserve foreign exchange, but also to expand into Africa. Now, the threat elements of it, like I mentioned earlier, is the trade deflection, making sure that goods from non-African countries do not enter into Africa and get transshipped. So that speaks to our transit arrangements and an area where transportation plays a key part. The second part is the supply side and our low competitiveness. The Honorable Minister of Works and Housing said a number of projects, road projects that the state governments are doing their part. There's a rail program as well, all geared towards improving our competitiveness. But overall, to invest to produce the products that will sell in Africa, we need to invest to take advantage of these opportunities here. The third element to bear in mind is the adjustment costs. Some sectors thrive, some will struggle to thrive initially. So there is a need to focus on identifying those sectors that will thrive and build on them as arrowheads for our journey into Africa, and then support those that will struggle by either helping them to retool, to upskill, or to migrate to new sectors. Part of ease and cost of doing business is undertaking institutional reforms. Part of that is relooking at our policies and our regulations to make sure that we provide the most support we can to our businesses. To put things in perspective in terms of areas where the opportunities are, it is important to mention that Nigeria's GDP, for Nigeria's GDP, over 50% or about 50% is services. So there is a lot that we can do in that area. And the advantage of services is that it's not constrained by power and logistics infrastructure as much as products and trade in goods. And transportation is a key service area, which is one of the 5 sectors being liberalized in the phase 1 of the AfCFTA. In terms of goods, When we looked at Nigeria's National and Development Plans, we identified 35 products which we have identified as priority. When we looked at the demand of these products in Africa, we found that 20 of them align with Africa's top 20 imports. So we are aligned. We now just need to execute. In terms of these products, you will find that it cuts across both agricultural products and industrial products, from refined petroleum to and so on. So indeed, as we plan our infrastructure, as we plan our logistics arrangements, it's important to put these in perspective. When we look across the nation, the 6 geopolitical zones, we can find, especially in the agricultural areas, that indeed there are specific products that we can select and focus on as anchor products to send into Africa. It does not mean we won't focus on the other ones, but there are specific products that we can focus on and grow. If you look at where there is support already, be it support, a number of these products that I mentioned earlier are already featured. So we are not starting from ground zero. If you look at products where we focused on in terms of import backward integration, again, you see a number of those products of interest to Africa. And even maize, which is currently on our export, a product that is in high demand in Africa. So indeed, for trading goods, there's a lot to do. Looking at them in terms of the market, so you will find out that yes, there are 55 countries in Africa, but we have to prioritize. And in prioritizing, a number of countries jump out. So Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, and to some extent, Cote d'Ivoire. What you also is that some of these African countries are transit destinations in themselves. Djibouti is an example. So in looking at AfCFTA, yes.
Mr. Francis,
yes.
I'm terribly sorry that I have to say, but can you kindly help us round up, sir, because of the number of
okay.
we have today.
That's fine. So I will end with this slide that talks to services. So looking at all the service areas, we found that there are specific areas of opportunities for Nigeria, and one of which is in logistics and shipping, and of course business services. So really, AfCFTA is a major opportunity for Nigeria to solve problems that we have been trying to solve for a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adatogo. And once again, I apologize for having me to come into court in your presentation, sir. Mr. Francis Adatogo just spoke on the opportunities that Nigeria can harness under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. He noticed that he laid more emphasis on the opportunities than on the threats. And he started his presentation by mentioning what the objectives for Nigeria should be under AfCFTA. And he noted the fact that Nigeria is currently under recession, and that is because of the important role that crude oil plays to the Nigerian economy. And he noted that that is a call for Nigeria to further diversify her export base so that the economy will be a bit more resilient to the movement of prices in crude. He did mention the effect of COVID-19 on the Nigerian economy, which is an impact, which is a phenomenon that has impacted the world economy indeed. He noted how after it created a safe environment for Nigeria to expand its export market and has the capacity to help Nigeria reduce unemployment, where Nigeria is able to produce more and sell more. He noted that Nigeria does not have the highest GDP per capita income, but that Nigeria can take advantage of both the import and export markets under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement in order to address these issues. He also made note of the fact that Nigeria has over 20 products for which it spends over $1 billion, and that creates an opportunity already for the Africans into Nigeria. He noted that the Nigerian balance of trade is negative, and that the opportunity to conserve foreign exchange and expand into Africa lies within that negative range. He there concluded with giving a scorecard on Nigeria's readiness under AfCFTA and the opportunities for trade therein, and highlighted the importance of logistics in harnessing these opportunities. Thank you very much, sir. We'll then move on to the next speaker, who will be speaking on trends and outlook for the transportation sector and the implementation for AfCFTA in Nigeria. And this will be handled by Mr. Oyejeli Vince. Mr. Vince is an associate director of KPMG Nigeria, and he is responsible for business development, infrastructure, and major advisory within KPMG in West Africa, offering services to businesses and governments in West African countries along the transportation industry, social infrastructure, oil and gas, mining, power and utilities, amongst others, and on service lines, including strategy and development, procurement, financing, delivery and construction, amongst others. Mr. Vince holds a bachelor's in engineering, in civil engineering from Enugu State University, and a master's degree in highway management and engineering from the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transport Engineers in the UK. He's an active member of the Road Thematic Group and team lead for the Railway Thematic Group of the Infrastructure Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a think tank responsible for brainstorming and articulating key policies and institutional reforms necessary to upgrade Nigeria's infrastructure base. Mr. Vincent, the floor is yours. Mr. Vincent, are you with us, sir?
All right, thank you very much. I was actually on mute. Okay, so as Folake is rightly introduced, the topic is to talk about the trends and outlook for the transportation sector and the implications of AfCFTA implementation in Nigeria. So I'd like to start by saying good morning to everyone, if it's still morning, yes. And I'd like to start by standing on existing protocols. I'll take you through a number of topics. First of all, I'll look at the snapshot of the Nigerian transportation sector, look at historical contributions to GDP, recent trends in Nigerian transportation sector, transportation outlook in Nigeria, and I'll look at AfCFTA and transportation in Nigeria, then probably look at 2 case studies as quickly as possible. So in terms of the impact on free trade on transportation sector. So a snapshot of Nigerian transportation sector. Engineer Uzo has touched on the road sector. And I think the key thing here is to highlight that the National Road Network, and this is based on 2017 figures, we've not significantly expanded the road highway network, is around 200,000 kilometers. Now, key thing here is as we're going into the free trade agreement, there's a need to expand significantly our highway network in Nigeria. So we've spoken about existing highway network, but we need to expand that significantly. The proportion of federal roads are approximately 35,000 kilometers, and as we have it currently, the road network accounts for 90% of internal and cross-border freight and passenger movements. I move on to rail. You have 3,500 kilometers of narrow gauge railway. You know, the standard gauge railway is 512 kilometers. We have about 3 million passengers we're moving currently. And in terms of train efficiency or train services, efficiency of train services, we're currently 98 out of 141. And this is a forum. Now, in terms of number of operational locomotives, and this is data from 2020, we have about 25 locomotives currently, which comprises of about 10 on the narrow gauge and 15 on the standard gauge. Now, the significance of that is as we're expanding our rail network and connecting different trade corridors, we also need to significantly ramp up in the amount of rolling stock we have to service the rail network. On ports, we currently 122 out of 141 in terms of efficiency of our seaport services. Length of our coastlines around 853 kilometers. We have around 3,500 kilometers of navigable water. 6 commercial ports currently in the country, and I'll speak to the ones that are coming up: Apapa, One, Port Harcourt, Delta, Calabar, and the other significant thing here, which I'll probably bring out towards the end, figures we currently tons of cargo just at Apapa. And on air, the significant thing there is about 17.5 million passenger traffic based on 2019 figures, and the percentage of that aviation sector contributes to GDP is about 0.2%. We have 6 international airports, 16 local airports. So that is just a snapshot. And sorry, I just go back one step. Right. So in terms of contribution, historical transportation sector contribution to GDP, based on 2000, I mean, you can see where we were in 2015 and where we currently are as of 2019. So the transportation sector contributes 2.1% to GDP, which is quite low, and out of which you can see the road transport sector, you know, a significant contribution to that sector, but overall 2.1% contribution to GDP. Now, if you do a benchmark analysis based on transportation sector contribution to GDP in other countries, you can see where South Africa is, Ghana is, Egypt is relative to Nigeria. So we're currently at 22.1%, and we have to do a whole lot to get our transportation sector to contribute significantly to the GDP, which is what the AfCFTA provides us with, as Mr. Anatol rightly said. There is a significant 670, approximately 670 billion out railways, COVID, or different government initiatives, extensive on the road sector, extensive. There's a plan to accelerate and expand. Now, earlier this year, government just launched the Highways Development and Management Initiative to encourage private sector participation in the management of its roads. There are about 12 roads in that program, and most of them are part of the Trans-African Highway Corridor, which Engineer Ozo spoke to. That includes sections of the Lagos Badagry, or that's about 87 kilometers, Lagos Badagry, as that requires reconstruction. So that's part of the program. That would be going to the market early next year. On the rail sector, there's been significant increase in attention by government, which has resulted in significant investments and financial commitments in the last 10 years. So that started from the rehabilitation of the existing railway network, the modernization program of the railways, starting with Abuja to Kaduna segment. Now we've done the Lagos to Ibadan segment, and from next year, government will be progressing with the Ibadan to Ilorin segment, which is 200 kilometers, and then a commencement of the upgrade of the Eastern Rail network. On the ports, we have the Lekki Deep Sea Port, and there are currently 11 port projects in the pipeline in Nigeria, comprising 7 new deep sea ports and 4 port expansions. So I've spoken to Lekki. On airport is an expansion, and there's a local deep sea port in Ondo State. On air, we have the concessioning of the 4 major airports, which is part of the making Nigeria the hub of West Africa. So from a transportation outlook perspective, I've spoken to the increased private sector participation, which the HGMI program presents from a road sector perspective. So addressing significant portions of the Trans-African Highway Network 7, which Engineer Uzo spoke to, and the Trans-African Highway Network 5. There's also the improved demand for air and water transport. Obviously, with COVID, the passenger and cargo traffic dropped, but we're seeing a reverse of that taking place from next year. And of course, the port projects that we spoke about, so it's increased availability of non-road transport infrastructure. So after the transportation in Nigeria, so what we're going to see is the current development of transport infrastructure in Nigeria would help lead to a shift from a road and water-dependent mode to a balanced multimodal transportation system for trade, both for local and international trade. However, and as I think is Mr. Anatogu rightly pointed out, significant investments in billions of dollars will still be required to connect several countries by building and rehabilitating road networks. So not just the other African countries, Nigeria particularly. So that's why we have the HGMI program and all the ongoing rail projects and the ports projects and the projects in the aviation sector. So there will be an increased demand for transport services resulting from its implementation, and is expected to create jobs, new jobs with travel agents, transporters, airlines, logistic companies, etc. The key traditional activities of freight forwarding, shipping, and logistics likely come under a single framework, providing customers with a simple end-to-end solution for unbroken supply chain requirements. So like I said, I'm going to end with a few case studies. We'll look at NAFTA, which is a trade agreement between in the North American corridor between Canada, Mexico, and the US. So created in 1994. So the impact on transport, so container traffic through Mexico's port increased by 450% in 10 years after the agreement was signed. This is just to give an idea of the potential for Nigeria. Again, in light of the 670 billion Africa market, the worth of the African market, a huge potential for Nigeria. So up to 15% savings in shipping costs were made during that period. And by 2018, trucks moved more than $770 billion worth of goods between three countries. Now, about 2.5 million trucks across the US and Canada border every year, representing 125 billion worth of goods and goods. The agreement was recently renewed, that was just this year, and is projected to create over 100 million more service jobs. Then we look at the EU. Obviously, the UK is exited or in the process of exiting the EU, but in 1993, when the agreement was created with 27 member countries, its impact on trade, impact on transport, the EU had developed extensive transport networks over the years, resulting in around 5.4 million kilometers of road network, 8,793 kilometers of high-speed rail network, 330 airports, and 3 kilometers of inland waterways. So this led to it within EU, with over 47% being transported by sea. This created, a lot of jobs within the transport sector, as the transport sector was now employing about 10.3 million people, with about 52% working in land transport. So there's key learnings from other markets where free trade agreements have been implemented as far as transportation goes. So in summary, there's a huge potential for Nigeria in terms of this 670 billion approximate market in Africa. The requisite investments in infrastructure, in transportation infrastructure, needs to be made, especially along the trade corridors and internally, so we can be ready for AfCFTA to roll out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vince. Before I go into a brief summary of what Mr. Vince said, I'd like to mention that participants can put their questions in the chat box, so that those can be compiled and addressed by presenters towards the end of today's discussions. Yes, Mr. Vince gave an overview of the Nigerian transportation sector, but he particular emphasis on road, rail, port, and air. He noted that the different contributions of the different sectors to Nigeria's GDP. He also compared those sectors with how similar sectors in other African countries, similar GDPs to Nigeria, are faring, and how Nigeria is faring in terms of these other African countries. He elaborated on the recent trends on the transportation sector, again, taking each sector in turn, and noted that there will be a need for an increase in private sector participation and investment in the transportation sector if Nigeria is to develop competitively under AfCFTA. More that if Nigeria wants to better harness its position of competitiveness under AfCFTA, it needs to develop a multimodal system of transportation and not just focus on road and water. He also noted that the increase in transportation services would result in new jobs and increase the suppliers' transportation services, and indeed the value chain of logistics in Nigeria as a whole. He concluded by comparing the operation of AfCFTA to similar economic blocs like NAFTA and the European Union, basically concluding with the fact that if Nigeria properly positions itself under AfCFTA, we stand to gain a lot, with particular emphasis on the transportation and the logistics areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Vince. At this point, I will call on Madam Fumi Folorunso. Madam Fumi Folorunso will be speaking on AfCFTA's potential impact benefits for the transportation sector. Madam Fumi Folorunso is a legal practitioner. She was a former Nigerian Registrar of Ships, former Assistant Legal Advisor of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation. She is the principal partner of Excel Law Chambers. She is the first Director General of the Indigenous Ship Owners Association. She was the first Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Maritime Expo, NIMAREX. She was the first President of the International Association of Women in Shipping, also known as Women in Shipping and Trading Association, Nigerian chapter. She was the first Secretary General of the African Ship Owners Association and is the current Secretary General of that continental body. She is a trustee of Women in Maritime Africa, the continental body, at the Nigerian branch of that continental body. She is the publisher of the Nigerian Maritime Directory and the Nigerian Maritime Handbook, an international reference book with respect to the maritime sector of Nigeria. And she's a member of the Nigerian Fleet Implementation Committee and Secretary of the International Mission to Seafarers, Lagos branch. Madam Folorunso, please now you have the floor.
Hi, Foluke. It seems Ms. Folorunso is not available at the moment. She was in. Okay.
Is she in now?
Okay, she's back. She's back.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I can. I'm going to spend just 5 minutes. Because previous speakers seem to have done all that I thought I was going to do.
I'm very sorry, ma. I don't know if there's a second device you're using. There
Stand on
an echo with your voice.
Stand on.
I'm following, sure. Ma, can you kindly unmute if you can hear me?
I have now.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Very loud and clear, ma. The echo is no longer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma, we can hear you now, ma. And it's very clear.
Distinguished audience, permit me to stand on existing protocols. I wish to add honorable ministers here present, distinguished audience, thank you very much for this few minutes that I want to share my thoughts with you. I put together a paper, but in the course of these discussions, I see that all papers presented have spoken to the issue. Vince, thank you
we appear to have lost your audio. Can you kindly unmute yourself, Ma?
The meeting. I am using the laptop and my telephone. But permit me to go through these slides. First and foremost, I wish to we must, going forward, all of us, all transport services, the road, the air, maritime services, the rail, we must work together. We must ditch the hitherto silos way of working. We must be together at the same place at the same time. Secondly, I want to ask us all to shift focus very slightly. There have been studies conducted. We can see the potentials. We can see the benefits. But sitting here, what I see here is you're wondering how transportation services become exportable. Let me say to you, how much of Ethiopian air let me share with you, Philippines, they do not have vessels, but they churn out Filipinos as service providers to man the ships. Can we start to look at that? Can we start to look at the transportation sector as an immediate export? Things in running through. You gave me some good news, which is there will be an upsurge in transport, requests for transport services. That is exciting for me. It's exciting to me because it tells me that not only do I have cargo as a shipowner in Nigeria, I also have cargo out there to pick up and to facilitate. However, like I have said, it must be done together. I do not want to take over. The speakers that have been selected have been carefully selected because they are going to speak to issues of how Nigeria can become, should become, will become the transportation hub for the African Free Trade Area. Can I put this in perspective? Ghana has taken over the Secretariat, and shortly you're going to find that trade matters within Africa in Ghana. Could we as a team start to work together and see how we can become the transportation hub for Africa Trade Area? I will quickly end with four Foluke. She knows I have a knack for going on and on, so I will not give her the pleasure of yanking me out. These slides will be shared shortly. But can I end on this note? I see potential. I see opportunities. Things you just said to me are 600 is a trillion or billion. That for me is exciting. But the next few days, if we all could be at various rooms, the rail, the tongue, the maritime, the land.
Madam Folonshaw, I don't know if
It seems we've lost her on both devices.
we've lost her connection.
Yes, she's gone.
Okay. Maybe we should just give her 1 more minute to try and reconnect. Otherwise, we'll have to move on to the next presentation.
She's attempting to reconnect at the moment. I can see that. So
Yes, yeah, I think she's reconnected.
yes.
Very well, I am back. One of the things we've got to address is communications if we go to go further. However, distinguished audience, I want to leave you with us. Africa has become Nigeria's market. For the transportation sector, how do we harness the potentials that the African trade area offers everybody, especially the transport services? I would wish that the Secretariat would share this 6 slides, but going forward, we must work together. I look forward to seeing you all at tomorrow and the day after in the various rooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Folonshaw. I'm sorry that the connections, we had issues with the connections. I want to make special mention of the fact that Madam Fumi Folonshaw is the champion for the transportation sector under the National Action Committee. And so she drives the private sector segments with respect to Nigeria's implementation, along with the Minister of State for Transportation, Her Excellency Bukola Saraki. So we'll move on now to and let me quickly note in terms of her presentation that she basically gave a clarion call to those of us in the transportation sector that there is a need to harness the potentials that the sector has for Nigeria. Nigeria can and should become the transportation hub of AfCFTA. Ghana has taken over, in her words, the AfCFTA Secretariat. And so Nigeria's chance of becoming an important stakeholder in the AfCFTA experiment is to become the transportation hub of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. She, on the final note, mentioned the fact that Africa has become Nigeria's market and that it is our responsibility to take over and harness that particular sector. I will go on now to the next presenter. Thank you very much, ma'am. The next presenter, Professor Badele Badejo, Professor Bamidele Badejo will be speaking on the current state of Nigeria's transportation sector, infrastructure and services, and the intermodal dependence in the transportation system. Professor Bamidele Badejo was born on January 19, 1957. He is, on his profile, he's noted to be media friendly and a mentor to millions of Nigerians. He's the current Dean of the Faculty of Social and Management Sciences, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Ogun State. He's a barrister in waiting. Is looking forward to being called to the Nigerian bar soon, and we look forward to having you with us in the legal profession. He's a recently inducted member of the Journalists International Forum for Migration, an international foundation consisting of 150 seasoned journalists across the continent and other volunteers advocating against irregular migration, all forms of human trafficking, and crisis leading to internal displacement of citizens and nations. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bamidele Badejo again will be speaking to us on the state of the Nigerian transportation sector. Professor Bamidele, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, please? Hello? Good morning.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to everybody. I would like to start on the existing established protocol, please. I want to observe that transportation is key, and transportation is a derived demand, meaning that transportation is not necessarily required for its own sake. It is a tool that can be used to achieve any socioeconomic, environmental, and political objective. Hence, transport is often described as the engine of growth and development of any country. Without transport, it is probably very difficult in the modern world to achieve any form of development and stability. Hence, responsibility of transport to advance manufacturing purposes. The AfCFTA agenda, that is African Continental Free Trade Area agenda, to be truly realized, the transportation network is very important and desirable. Transport as a means of achieving spatial interaction depends essentially on the following modes: the road, the rail, the air, waterways, pipeline, and non-motorized. It is the combination of the means of transportation that has made it possible for the advancement and development of a modern society. Essentially, transportation is described as life and keep life going. It is desirable to therefore focus on the growth and development of our transport infrastructure. Nigeria as a country has observed as far back as 1922 with the development of Africa, and by implication, Nigeria can be summed up in one word, and that one word then, and is still valid today, is transportation. Transport development in Nigeria dated to pre-colonial era. However, The development of the railways infrastructure signaled the introduction of modern transport system in the Nigerian nation. Needless to say that railway have continuously played a fundamental role in the development of our country. At independence in 1960, Nigeria further intensified efforts in the development of the transport infrastructure. During that period, to date, between 22 and 30% of national budget appropriation have over time been allocated to the development of the transport sector. As earlier presented today by His Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, and as also supported by the Speaker, by the Minister for Aviation, you will agree with me that a lot of appropriation in terms of federal government budgeting annually has been extended to the transport sector. Huge budgetary allocation to the transport sector signifies the importance attached with the attendant investment in the road transport, the transport infrastructure. The African Continental Free Trade Area agenda is best situated within the current modal transport infrastructure available. In Nigeria, as I have identified earlier, that the means of connecting activities in the country depend on the modes of transport available. Hence, I will pick each of the modal infrastructure and speak briefly on them and their relevance to the development and promotion of the agenda of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The railway is the oldest modern transport infrastructure in Nigeria. It was built in colonial times. However, was essentially designed to get raw materials from the interior of the country to the coast. Since independence, we had opportunity of changing that geographical pattern. I want to say that the current master plan of the Nigerian railways that is being implemented have identified the need to restructure the heritage railway network system, which is a plus for the AfCFTA agenda. In the new master plan, it has been observed that all the states' capital of the federation are to be connected by rail line, and there is need to promote the east to west rail corridor in order to improve on the presence of the rail network. Earlier on, the man from KPMG has discussed on the kilometer length of rail and other means of transportation. I don't want to repeat what has earlier been established. Suffice to say that the rail line has been designed to connect all the 36 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, and therefore providing greater access, easy access for the implementation policy of the AfCFTA when fully implemented. Now, the road, it cannot be denied that investment on road modes to a considerable extent has translated into the construction of road network system and the building of bridges to connect various regions and settlements in the country together. Today, Nigeria's total road network is estimated to over 230 kilometers, comprising of federal, states, and local government roads. Apart, some of these roads have been dualized, expanded, and reconstructed in order to situate them to modern socioeconomic and political needs of the country. The total road kilometer length has earned the country a prestigious position with the second largest, which is a great plus for the implementation and actualization of the AfCFTA objectives. It is important to note what the need to invest on road furniture and supporting accessories to complement the existing roads that are being constructed. The representative of the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing itemized or reiterated all the existing projects. We wish that these projects are aligned with the current internal infrastructure of roads and other transport infrastructure in the country. The water transportation is very, very key. It involves the use of water as means of mobility and transportation. Water area, for the purpose of cementing the AfCFTA objectives, is classified into two, namely inland and coastal waterways and river ports. Two, maritime and international shipping. Under the inland and coastal waterways and river ports, the country has an inland and coastal navigable waters of about 10,000 kilometers, of which only 3,000 kilometers are known to have been assessed, suggesting for attendant opportunity available for the development of inland and coastal waters of the country, and by implication, creating an endless opportunity for the AfCFTA to key in. You are aware that the River Niger, for example, and the River Benue took their sources from Cameroon as well as from Futajano, which has provided an intercontinental opportunities for water transportation to take place. Maintaining the Nigerian posture of inland waterways, it is important to note that 28 of the 36 states within the 3,000 kilometers that have been expanded and worked on are assessed by inland waterways transportation. Hence, it provides greater opportunities to connect all the rural communities and all the future AfCFTA focus in terms of agro-based, in terms of solid mineral resources, and in terms of other means of carrying containers and heavy goods from one location to another, without necessarily depending on the use of road or on the route of railway. It provides a serious complementary and complementing role with other means of transportation. Inland waterways, therefore, plays a vital role in the economic development of rural communities also, who have no access to the railways, not to good roads, not because they are not connected, but for the kind of goods and the kind of market they are moving to require and depend solely on the use of navigable waters. The maritime or international shipping can also not be diverged from the AfCFTA agenda. Maritime and international shipping accounts for 68% of seaport goods handled in the entire West African sub-region. If a country out of about 18 or 20 countries in the West African sub-region accounts for 68%, there is no other option than to see that the hub opportunity and the potentialities of expanding and working on the AfCFTA is hugely available. In the Nigerian case, the maritime sector accounts for over 90% of Nigeria's international trade, which has revealed by available data on cargo traffic. The types of cargo throughput decomposed by cargo types. We have container, we have vessel and ship statistics, general cargo, liquid bulk, and dry bulk, not to talk of a roll-on, roll-off. The Nigerian maritime sector, drawn from above parameters, have played major roles in the development of the country, and therefore a great instrument for the promotion of AfCFTA agenda. Now, the air transport cannot be eliminated from what we are talking about. The air transport is a major industry in its own right. It provides important input into wider socioeconomic, environmental, and political process. As presented by the Minister for Aviation, it has reiterated the importance of the aviation sector to the development of this AfCFTA agenda. In terms of promoting the local transportation and so you will notice that virtually all the states of the Federation have been designated to be provided with a particular class of aircraft infrastructure facility to enable it benefit and be integrated with the aviation sector. The pipeline, the gas flaring that is going on in some parts of the country have a very good opportunity to tap in the use of pipeline towards other parts of the country and the African continental sub-region. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to come to the end of my presentation. There is no doubt that the current state of transport infrastructure in Nigeria and the opportunity provide the huge opportunities and inroads for the implementation and actualization of the objectives of the goals of AfCFTA. However, the role of professionals, people that are trained and exposed to the philosophy and ethics of transport, are very, very fundamental in ensuring that we don't make 2 steps forward and 5 steps backward. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Badijo. Professor Badijo gave an overview of the transportation sector, and he started his presentation by mentioning that transportation is built on derived demand. And if we're looking at Nigeria integrating into AfCFTA in terms of trade, it is important and imperative for the movement of goods and cargo and persons as well, in terms of services that is to grow under AfCFTA, be properly developed. You mentioned the fact that the transportation sector has 20 to 30% of the national budget being devoted to it. And this shows the importance that the Nigerian government places with respect to transportation. He gave a historical narration on the development of the railway sector, and he stated that based on the way the railway sector has been developed, there is a need to readdress the transportation mode in that space, particularly considering the fact that there's a need to develop the east-west corridor and to ensure that all state capitals are connected via rail. He noted that AfCFTA gives Nigeria an opportunity to develop its transportation sector, even for its domestic market, and that Nigeria should pay particular attention to the development of its inland waterways, taking cognizance of the rural communities that are strictly accessible via the maritime ways. He also noted the need for Nigeria to develop its territorial waters transportation sector, as 90% of Nigeria's international trade is conducted via maritime modes. In conclusion, his analysis of how each sector can benefit Nigeria in terms of the operation of AfCFTA, and he gave a brief on the economics of logistics as far as Nigeria is concerned. Thank you very much, Professor Badijo. So we'll move on now to our next speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga of the African Union. He is going to be speaking on sustainable regional connections. What is the plan and where are we? His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga was born on May the 21st, 1959. He's a Zambian national and was elected the new commissioner for an industry of the African Union.
Excuse me for the sorry to interrupt. Ambassador Muchanga is not in.
Okay.
Yes, Ambassador Muchanga will not be presenting today.
Okay, noted. So we can move on to the next speaker then.
Yes, please. Let's do that.
Okay. All right. Our apologies. I understand His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga will not be able to join us today. Maybe hopefully on other days of the workshop. So we'll move on to the next speaker. That is Dr. Alban Igwe. He is the Deputy National President of FCAILT. He will be speaking to us towards an effective strategy for intermodal and integrated transport system under AfCFTA. Dr. Alban Igwe is a transport specialist and a maritime lawyer with over 20 years of local and international professional experience as a researcher, lecturer, trainer, consultant, and regulatory or operational specialist. He's the current Director of Education and Training at the Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria and the Deputy National President of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transportation in Nigeria. He's a doctoral scholar of logistics and transport and a member of the peer review team of the Inter-Science Publishers United Kingdom, a publication reputed for linking academia, business, and industry. He is also on the peer review team of the Elsevier Journal of Travel Behavior and Society, an official journal of the Hong Kong Society for Transportation Studies. He has extensive travel experience spanning over 20 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America. Dr. Igwe, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on this occasion and beg to stand on already established protocol given the brevity of time at our disposal. I'd like to believe everyone is hearing me. Okay, thank you. I'm to look at strategies that will improve Nigeria's position as far as transportation is concerned. And I guess what underpins that topic is that Nigeria has lost its position of being the headquarters of the AfCFTA project, and that we can explore other opportunities that can make Nigeria shine. And one of them is provision of services. And one of the critical services that Nigeria can provide in the AfCFTA project is transportation services. So I have considered that looking at the subject matter from a multimodal perspective will be a lot more comprehensive than looking at it from an intermodal perspective. And I'll spend some little time to explain the difference, although some people may not understand the major difference between intermodalism and multimodalism. I will look at it, so I will set the pace by casting some introduction, looking at the concept of multimodalism and how it's evolved. And then I look at the key aspect of multimodalism and look at major actors, who they are, and how we can improve along those lines. And then I will just paint a picture of some advantages of multimodalism. And then before I then lean towards the strategies available for Nigeria to establish effective multimodalism that will enable us compete and then take a lead as well, not just competing, because we are supposed to be leading in the project. And those strategies will look at 3 dimensions: the legal strategy, the logistics strategy, and of course, the capacity aspect with the human side of the business. And then I'll draw a conclusion. Well, let me begin by saying that the AfCFTA business has, the subject that I'm dealing with has a context, and that is looking at the business of the transactions that have been projected to be worth $3 trillion in the whole of the continent. So that's a context. Whatever we are building is to fit into that context. We also have an objective with me, which is to how do we actually take hold of multimodal transport as a means of competing in this market. That will be my objective in line with the topic that I'm discussing. And then the major task will be to develop strategies to make sure that this objective is realized. And of course, we cannot lose sight of the fact what is the major interest in AfCFTA. The major interests are cargo interest and of course services. And in this case, transportation services. I need to quickly observe that the world is tending more towards services than actually freight or cargo. Given that about 70% of the global economy is comprised of services. And in Nigeria, we have about 56 or so percent of our GDP coming from the services. So we will try as much as possible to develop the services sector, of which transport is a key player. Now, looking at the cargo interest and the transportation services interest, we see that Nigeria, with a population of 207 million plus, has a command of a lot of cargo that comes in and also goes out. So we find on my left side, we have a big interest on cargo trade. And if you look at the geography of Nigeria and of Africa, you will see on my right side that we have quite a large expanse of land, about 30.37 million kilometers squared, making Africa to consume countries like China. If you cast them into the map of Africa, you will see that Africa will consume them. China, the entire Europe, the entire United States, and India. So that's a huge expanse of land that underscores the importance of transportation. How do you traverse from North Africa to South Africa, from east to west, and traverse that competitively? Whether you're moving cargo or services, you should be thinking of, I am traveling a distance that is more than the entire United States and China and India and the rest of Europe combined. So that presents an opportunity and also a challenge. And we have had the dreams in the past years of a trans-African highway, a trans-African railway. We have the one we say from Cape to Cairo, which means coming from Egypt to South Africa and all of that. They are still in the dream stage, and we need to see what we do to really activate them. Now, moving to the concept of multimodalism, we are essentially looking at moving goods from one country A to another country B using what we call a multimodal transport operator, in short, an MTO. So that MTO is going to be part of the capital formation that this country will build up to make sure that we gain as much as possible from the transport services trade. The rest in the diagram are the cascaded levels of multimodality. We will find opportunity in the future to discuss them in details. Now, looking at the evolution of multimodality, we can go back some few decades ago, precisely in the 1960s and 1970s, when the container revolution came on board. Container revolution came on board because there was need to match globalization with transportation services in a quicker form. So the box, the industrial box, as it were, was developed so that there will be quick transfers. But I can tell you that we are moving beyond those quick transfers now with the advent of multimodalism. Consequently, the United Nations gave birth to a convention on international multimodal transport of goods in May, 24th May 1980. That convention was to give some legal framework for this movement of these containers without any interruption as they move from one destination in one country to the end destination in the other country. And following that, we can quickly put some definition of multimodalism, which will enable us to appreciate some distinction between multimodalism and intermodalism. The major distinction as found here is that it's the carriage of goods by at least two modes of transport on the basis of one multimodal transport dock contract. That one contract is a major distinction between intermodalism and multimodalism. If you carry goods by intermodal means, you can still pass through one mode of transport to the other, but you have to sign a new contract each time you migrate from rail to road to sea and back on road. But with multimodal concept and contract, you can have one multimodal transport operator, MTO, being responsible for the entire supply chain from one end to the other without the need to do a different contract. That's a specialized area, and that's the reason why this convention, International Multimodal Transport of Goods, was enacted in 24th of May 1980. Now, moving forward, we see that this convention provides that it will be in force 12 months after governments of 30 states have either signed it, not subject to ratification, because you have the option to sign this document, not subject to ratification, acceptance, approval, or deposited instruments of ratification, acceptance or approval or accession with the depository. So find people who just sign and that's it. So you don't need to come back to say we need to domesticate. That was a provision, part of the provisions in Article 36 of the convention. Now for each state which ratifies, accepts, approves, or assists to this convention after the requirements for entry into force given in paragraph 1 of this article, the convention is proposed to enter into force 12 months after the appropriate instruments have been deposited. But unfortunately, as we can see in this other slide, that as at 18th November 2020, we simply have only 13 countries from 1980 to 2020. That is 2 decades after this, or so 4 decades after this. We see that we have just 13. Now that the African continent is about to enter into a trade that will require movement of goods and possibly services from one mode to the other, there's a need to look at this existing piece of legislation and see how we can fare. You look at the table, you find that it's only 5 after this project. We don't have many for Nigeria, who is not yet on this list. To ask ourselves, could this be an opportunity for us to distinguish ourselves and drive this process, not just for the international community, but for the African community? And therewith, we can become a service headquarters as far as transportation is concerned in the AfCFTA project. I think this is a great opportunity for us to explore. Now, moving into the key aspects of multimodalism, there is the infrastructural aspect of multimodalism, whereby we can provide the linkages, the necessary linkages between the various modes of transport, all 5 modes of transport. For clarity, we have 5 modes of transport: road transport, rail transport, sea transport or maritime transport, air transport, and of course, pipeline transport. We need to create a linkage for all these multimodal transport to talk to themselves physically, by way of physical integration. And of course, we need to also talk about the service integration as an important aspect of multimodalism. And the service will have both the legal side of it, the framework, and then of course the operational aspect of the framework, which is how do we create a legal framework? By making sure we drive a convention, by making sure we also have an operational framework by developing the MTOs who physically will be handling all of these transactions. And then of course, we need to talk about capacity development. What kind of capacity, professional development do we need to make sure that goods can move without competitively within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, as we tend to drive the process from operational point of view. Now, who will be the major actors in this, and how do we get them on board? In practice, the freight forwarders are the multimodal transport operators that we see, the MTOs that I've spoken out earlier. Anywhere you find multimodalism, the freight forwarders are at the forefront of driving them. And that is believing that the freight forwarders have developed the capacity to act as multimodal transport operators. I'm not talking about a single freight forwarder that is in one corner doing small thing, but somebody who sees himself or his organization as an international player as far as movement of goods is concerned across countries. And that means that this kind of person will have moved from his traditional role as just agent to accepting a greater responsibility and liability as a carrier, because he's legally a carrier. We also see that there are also some other actors, the large sea carriers, who have also evolved into MTOs. They provide customers with the so-called door-to-door services like the DHLs of this world and the rest of them. They have taken the role of multimodal transport operators and are doing part of the traditional services that belong to the freight forwarder. So we need to recognize those developments in the carriage of goods internationally. So the sea carrier has transformed, as it were, from their traditional tackle-to-tackle or peer-to-peer service to become an MTO. So in essence, MTOs not in possession of sea vessel. In other words, you can be an MTO without necessarily having a vessel or an aircraft. Okay, you are referred to as a non-vessel operating carrier, which is NVOC in common law countries. So we will expect that Nigeria, in order to play in this market, will have the non-vessel operating common carriers, NVOCC, to participate and to bring the economies of service trade that Nigeria is expected to benefit. Some of the advantages of multimodalism will include cost efficiency, as you reduce the time between transfers of cargo from one mode to the other. Operational and delivery time efficiency, which of course is a factor in logistic performance, which at the moment Nigeria is lagging behind, regrettably. We also see increase in transport security because we are able to keep track by way of monitoring, tracking of shipments, because it's easier. And we also will see optimizing of technology. A number of technologies are available, which unfortunately we're not optimizing their use in our country. The multimodalism will put all these technologies to optimize use. And of course, multimodalism smoothens the gap in transport integration by coupling individual modes of transport in order to increase transport efficiency. And of course, it promotes logistics performance index and raises national competitiveness. We're going to talk a few minutes about that. And it provides an enabling framework for transport efficiency. Anywhere you see transport being efficiently run, look at the linkages. You find that there's a connect between each mode is talking to the other mode. Wherever you find gaps in modes, then it means we will expect a lot of inefficiency in the system. Now, this slide gives us some virtual or visual appreciation of what we mean by intermodal and multimodal systems. So you find on the left side, you find an intermodal system where you have multiple contracts. Contract number one, bringing the shipper to the carrier, and then contract number two, linking to the transporter, and contract number three, bringing post delivery to the other end, and all of that. So you have all these multiple contracts, increasing the cost of transaction of business, and also increasing the time of transaction. With multimodal transport, you only have to deal with one multimodal transport operator who arranges everything without recourse to other costs like insurance, because for each mode of transport you transact differently. You have insurance costs, you have transaction costs, you have all of that. So that's the advantage of making sure we have a working multimodal transport and multimodal operators in place. And so then, looking at the major focus, which will be the strategies. What strategies should we actually put in place to ensure that we have effective multimodalism? I've already hinted that we need a legal strategy. And now this is where I see where Nigeria can drive the continent towards ratification of this convention that have earlier been mentioned. And becoming a headquarters for this. And then finally, we also need to explore the logistics strategy. At the moment, Nigeria is logistically underperforming. And in the World Bank's analysis, the logistics performance index.
I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but can you kindly help us wrap up in 2 minutes?
I have just one slide more to go.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So logistics strategy is focusing on how a country can improve its competitiveness by making sure its logistics performance is up to date. So at the moment, Nigeria is ranking 110 out of 160 because of all the decoupled system that we have. But I think we need to go back to couple them. And on capacity development, I think that we need to develop our population to render transport and logistics services, including digitization of logistics and transport services. Because if we don't digitize, we don't even know where the cargo is, where to pick it, and how to connect. There's a need for the digitization of the system. And of course, what I have here is the slide which shows our performance on the index. I will skip that and go straight to the final slide, which is telling you that Nigeria, the country, is behind schedule. And the whole continent is waiting for this sleeping giant, Nigeria, to awake from the woods. I think we're seriously sleeping. I was in Ethiopia the last year when the discussion on AfCFTA was going on and Nigeria was wanted to sign. We were very reluctant because we thought that we're not ready. Now we have reluctantly signed. It's time that we pick up all the missing links and see how we can rise up and run fast and meet up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Igwe. I don't know if that ended on a good note or on the clarion call. Dr. Igwe just basically gave us not just an overview of the transport sector in terms of what needs to be done, but gave an in-depth analysis on the fact that and reasons why Nigeria should not just try to be competitive within AfCFTA. Nigeria should actually take leadership in the operation of AfCFTA as far as transportation is concerned. He explained the differences between intermodalism and multimodalism and noted there are three major areas that Nigeria needs to focus its development strategy on. And those are the legal aspects of it, both domestic and international, the logistics aspect of it, and capacity, that's with respect to human resources. He also noted that under AfCFTA, the major interests are cargo and services, and that Nigeria should focus on services because 70% of the world's global economy is based on services, and 56% of Nigeria's GDP comes from services. He also made a very interesting illustration of the fact that Africa's landmass is a combination of the US, China, most of Europe, and India. And that sort of gives you a pictorial representation of how much land in terms of how much land and sea in terms of transportation connectivity the continent is looking at and the opportunities that lies therein. He expatiated on some of the legal instruments in the case of international multimodal transportation, and that provides Nigeria an opportunity to drive that space. He also identified the major actors in the movement of goods between countries and the need for Nigerians in particular who are already in the space to move from being agents to being carriers, particularly non-vessel ocean carriers for those who are involved in the maritime space. He concluded by saying that multimodalism reduces the gap in intermodality, and provides an enabling framework for transportation efficiency. And he mentioned the fact that there's a need for the digitalization of the system. Like I mentioned when I started his presentation, he concluded on a rather ugly note that Nigeria is behind schedule as far as the development of transportation is concerned, being 110 out of 160 countries in the world as far as the transportation index is concerned. We're going to be moving on to the next segment of today's discussions, and it has a broad theme titled Building a Sustainable and Accessible Transportation System for Trade in Goods and Services, with transportation as an enabler. In this particular segment, there will be a discussion for each of the sectors, maritime, road, and aviation. I would like to kindly note here, like Madam Foreign said, I will intervene if a speaker is going a little behind schedule. Each speaker in this segment, please, has only 15 minutes to speak. We're going to be starting from the maritime sector, and to speak to us on the maritime sector is Mr. Temison Omatese. Mr. Temison hails from Warri Delta State. He had his early education in Milford School, the United Kingdom, and thereafter attended the University of Wales, where he had a joint honors bachelor's degree economics in law and politics. On getting his degree, he returned to Nigeria to attend the Nigerian Law School and was called to the Nigerian bar in 1989. On completing his master's degree, I'm sorry, let me take that again. On completing his NYSC, he returned to the United Kingdom to do a Master's of Law degree specializing in maritime at the London School of Economics and graduated in 1990. Mr. Omatese has worked at the Federal Ministry of Mines and Power and at the Ajaokuta Steel Company to formulate a strategy on the importation and transportation of coking coal in Nigeria through the River Niger and inland waterways using barges at the Ajaokuta Steel Complex. Mr. Temison has worked tirelessly with the task force set up to act as a pressure group by the then Indigenous Ship Owners Association of Nigeria to ensure the passage of the Cabotage Act in 2003. He was he had served as a one-time Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, from July 2009 to December 2010. Mr. Temison, your 15 minutes starts now, sir. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As always, all protocols are duly observed. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this conference. I don't know whether my presentation is going to be put up from you or am I doing the sharing myself from here? Okay, it's coming up. Thank you very much. As much as possible, what I'll try and do is I'll try to be as practical as possible. I will just want to show the opportunities and how maritime transportation can actually be an enabler to the industry. Next slide, please. Now, is somebody changing it for me or do I do it myself? Okay, thank you.
Somebody should be changing it for you.
Yes, I'll appreciate that because it's not in my control. Okay. Now, basically, just quickly, I'm just going to quickly run through this before I go into the business side, just for historical purposes, because I know many of you would know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, we all know that the AfCFTA aim is basically to bring in 15 member states of the African Union, which will cover about almost a market of about 1.2 billion, including a growing middle class and a combined gross domestic product of more than 3.5 trillion under a single market. So now basically what the world is saying right now, that this is going to be the largest single market economy in the whole world. In terms of numbers of participating countries, the AfCFTA will be the world's largest, like I said, free trade zone area since the formation of the World Trade Organization. And we thank God that we just hearing this morning that the South Korean lady is going to be stepping down And Ngozi, hopefully, is going to be the next Director General of the World Trade Organization. So that's news coming out, burning news I read this morning. So hopefully, with Ngozi coming on board, that should basically help us here in Africa. Estimates from the Economic Commission for Africa suggest that the AfCFTA has the potential both to boost intra-African trade by 52.3% by eliminating import duties, and to double this trade if non-tariff barriers are also introduced. Now, the main objectives of the was to create a single continental market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments, and thus paving the way for the acceleration and establishment of a single customs union. And I'm sure if you guys are following the Brexit situation in the UK, you find out that the issue of the customs union is actually what is causing the rift between the European Union and the United Kingdom at the moment. So creating a single customs union would be absolutely incredible. It will also expand intra-African trade through better harmonization and coordination of trade, liberalization and facilitation and instruments across the REX and across Africa in general. The AfCFTA is also expected to enhance competitiveness at the industry and enterprise level through exploitation of opportunities for scale production and continental market access for better reallocation of resources. Now, that really is one of the things. Next slide, please. Now, effectively, what are we talking about? How are goods going to be moved within Africa? Now, there are only 4 ways which we intend the goods to be moved within Africa. And the 4 ways are basically the rail, which naturally we know that the infrastructure to set up the rails is going to take a little bit of while for us to set up for intra-African trade. Aviation, we have limitation. Good, we have a good aviation network, but we do have limitation on the sizes of goods that can be moved around Africa per se, which also causing the issue of multimodal transportation. And of course, the road transportation, which has been talked about, where they are building all road between links within Africa. And naturally maritime, which is really my area of talk, which is the actual best way of moving goods around. I don't know how many of you remember the British. If you did manage the British, we used to have a song the British used to sing in that day. We just still sing today. They'll say, "Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves." And basically what that meant was that whoever controls the sea controls the world market. So naturally what needs to happen here is that Nigeria rules the waves is what we're trying to do in the maritime industry. Next slide, please. How therefore can AfCFTA be an enabler for the maritime transportation? Now, let us take it very quickly back. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that before AfCFTA came into effect, the African Union, or the OAU at that time, realized the importance of maritime trade. So therefore, sometime in December 15th of December 1993 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the African Union adopted the African Maritime Transport Charter, which was revised sometime in 26th of July in 2010 at the 15th ordinary session of the Assembly, which was held in Kampala, Uganda. Now, basically what the African Union recognized was the specific character of maritime transportation as a regional, continental, and international activity. It also recognized the role of maritime transportation in the facilitation and development of trade between Africa and other parts of the world, and the need to implement an effective maritime transport policy with a view to promoting intra-African trade and trade between African states and other continents, by recognizing further the essential obligations of coastal states in maritime governance and port and flag state control. Now, what basically that was saying was that we had a vision already about the strength and the way in which Africa can, as a nation, benefit from maritime transportation. So by virtue of the Maritime Transport Charter, we already were way ahead of even AfCFTA. But the challenge we had was that after coming into effect, and I can see maybe they're not recognizing it as much, but already we, as the maritime sector, already have enabling power by virtue of the African Maritime Transport Charter, which we need to take impact of, because by virtue of the Maritime Charter, if we're able to take impact of that, we'll take control of our maritime industry. Next, please. Now, the objectives of the African Maritime Charter were basically this: to declare, articulate, and implement harmonized maritime transport policies capable of promoting sustained growth and development of African merchant fleets, and to foster closer cooperation amongst the state parties of the same region and between the regions. I'm sure we have my senior here, Mrs. Osoro, who basically is the head of the Abuja MOU, which is part of one of the port and flagship responsibility of Africa and rest. And those are the things she does. Also, we need to facilitate, the part of the objective is to facilitate and encourage regular consultations for determining African common positions on issue of international maritime policy and to define for each given problem a concerted solution. So already we have, as Africa, a position we can take. We also need to promote the effective implementation of international maritime instruments to which member states are parties, promote bilateral and multilateral cooperation among the maritime administrations of state parties and their respective operational organization in the field of maritime and inland water transportation and port activities. Also, the objective was also to promote the funding, undertaking of research studies by national institutions that encourage the promotion and development of cooperation in maritime and inland waters transportation, port operations among state parties and whatever. Let me explain why I'm giving this is that a lot of people don't seem to understand that there is a maritime charter already in play. So we need to bring that to light so that we can use that as a force because it's already been approved.
Mr. Semisa.
Am I too fast?
I'm sorry because, yes, because over the internet, voice moves faster than when we're actually speaking. So if you're speaking,
no, sorry, it's your time you gave me. That's why I'm I'm working within your time, so I'm not
to be able to understand what you're writing, what you're saying, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please, if you're not hearing me, sorry, I will slow down as much as I can, so long as Foluga gives me a bit of time, no problem. Okay, and also the plan also, okay, thank you. Also, sorry, and also to, basically what I'm saying is already in the slide, so you can read that later on. So it's what I'm going to say after that I'm going to slow down on, so that's not a problem. To encourage the establishment and support of maritime and ports administration. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Also part of the Maritime Charter is to encourage the establishment of Shippers Council and support them in the performance of their functions. Now, what is key about Shippers Council here is the fact that Shippers Council are the ones who are able to gather the data of every movement of cargo coming in and out of Africa. Basically, we need data for us to determine where our investments would be. Also, we are looking at the charter also was to promote the establishment of national, and this is very key, national and regional shipping lines. This is part of the African Maritime Charter, and provide them the assistance necessary for success. And this is what we're talking about. Nigeria had a national shipping line. We don't anymore. So we need to begin to look at the possibility of that. Also, we need to look at the African Maritime Charter talked about to develop and promote mutual assistance and cooperation between states parties in the area of maritime security, like we have in the Gulf of Guinea Commission. And also we have issue of security and protection of the marine environment, which we have in the Blue Sea economy, which is part of the AIMS strategy. Promoting the sharing of best practices amongst states parties in the overall management and operation of maritime administration and other maritime entities establishment in terms of this charter, which is why you find that also they've set up what they call the African Maritime Administrators Association, where all maritime administrators meet together and formulate a common African policy. And then also they promote the provision of maritime education and training at all levels, including secondary schools. This is key. I'm going to talk about this later on, the issue of maritime capacity building. That is very key. That is also a major foreign exchange earner for Africa, and promotes the employment of seafarers, decent working conditions, and training of seafarers. Promotes, promotes development of multimodal transport and integration of all modes of transport, which was also just discussed in the last presentation. Now, in addition to this, the African Union also passed what they call the AIMS strategy, which is the African Integrated Maritime Strategy. The Assembly of the African Union in the 22nd Ordinary Session held on between the 30 to 31st of January 2014 at Addis, Ethiopia adopted the African Integrated Maritime Strategies, and this was adopted by the heads of governments. Now, I will not go through this, but what I want to pick out from the AIM strategy here is the section 99 of the report, which clearly stated, and I'll just read very quick part of that, the African Union shall establish a standalone Department of Maritime Affairs to develop and coordinate all policies, implementation on the AIM strategy in the African maritime domain. The Directorate of Maritime Affairs will look on enhancing collaborative, concerted efforts, concerted, cooperative, coordinated, coherent, and trust-building efforts throughout the continent and with partners to augment global maritime safety and security standards. The DMA, which is the Directorate of Maritime Affairs, shall seek to assess and realize the economic multiple co-benefit potential of Africa's millions of hectares of marine area, promote the sustainable development of marine industry through strategic funding programs and essential scientific services, and safeguard Africa's marine environment through research and environmental monitoring. Now, the point I'm raising this is quite simple, is that in order to succeed in whatever we're doing in AfCFTA, it is absolutely key that we have a central command and control center at the African Union with the Directorate of Maritime Affairs, which has been approved by the head of government to be set up. Right now, in AU, the issue of maritime affairs is being shared by so many departments that do not have the expertise. We need to have a maritime administrator of Africa, like they have in the EU, they have in all over the world, but except Africa. Right now, Africa, each country is running their affairs on their own. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, the establishment of a standalone Department of Maritime Affairs will not only develop and coordinate all policies, implementation on the AIM strategy in the African maritime domain, but the DMA will work on. Please, I'll just fly through the next two slides. Now, before I go on to the next slide, quickly, I wanted to show you this, the next slide. Go to the next slide. This slide basically shows you the activity at Lome on, and because we are talking Nigeria now, I'm now zeroing back home now to Nigeria. This is the activity at Lome at about 5 p.m. on Friday when I prepared this presentation. If I had enough time, I could have changed this to show you the activity. So you can see a small country like Lome, you can see the amount of vessels sitting outside Lome. Now, what is the population of Lome? That's so much tankers. All those red spots you see there are tankers. So why is Lome becoming a gate man to the next country, which is Nigeria? So the next slide, please. At exactly the same time I took that snapshot, this is also the same snapshot of Nigeria. Now, you say, oh, well, we still have more vessels. Well, that's not the issue. The issue, quite simply, is that Lome has suddenly become a hub and a gateway to Nigeria. So once you are a gate man, they must charge toll, which means there are additional costs of vessels going to Lome before coming to Nigeria. So there's need for us to begin to work on that. Next slide, please. What specific sectors will maritime enable under the AfCFTA? The first thing that is going to happen if we need to move on AfCFTA is the need for asset acquisition. What I mean of asset acquisition, it means that we need to look at the purchases of bulk cargo carriers, tanker vessels, gas carriers, and even cruise liners. What I call them, those vessels they use, those ones they use for touring and for tourism. Those are the ones. Now, in Africa alone, if we look at Nigeria, Nigeria has not begun to tap into the resources of its natural resources like iron ore, coal, and the rest of them. So, and we do not have the capacity now. So we have to look at the issue of bulk cargo. But there are other countries in Africa. If you look at Guinea-Conakry, they have things like alumina, which we are supposed to be using at ALSCOM for aluminium smelting plant and things like that. Now, those cargoes are being carried by foreign flag vessels and brought into Nigeria. With African Free Trade Agreement, if we don't have that, again, we're going to be colonized in this area. Same thing with tankers. The issue, you find out that with the amount of gas and petroleum products that we are exporting and importing into Africa, 98% of that are being controlled. I might even say 99% of that are being controlled by foreigners. So you can imagine if we now begin to have our own African free trade area, what that will do to us, which means that basically, again, as we are colonizing our country, they will also colonize us also in the whole of Africa. There's need to also, once the assets are purchased, which is the tankers and everything, what naturally will happen is that there's going to be maritime infrastructure, because those assets you acquire will definitely require for ship repair and shipbuilding facilities. Now, shipbuilding starts from ship repair. From the repair facilities, it grows up. Now, you need to set up mechanic workshop for the assets we acquire. What that naturally means is that we're going to begin to develop manpower, engineers, carpenters, and everything else to do this. So this in itself is another area, because these are the areas that will support the assets that we acquire. Then the next asset that needs to do is the manpower development. We need to develop the training of our seafarers. I'll give you an example, which I just read recently. In 2018, Nigeria got in 11 billion on oil. But in that same 2018, Nigeria also received $22 billion in capital inflow from Nigerians in diaspora. In similar figure again in 2019, 11 billion in oil, and then we got $25 billion. That is official figures. What that means is that and that is official. I hear unofficially, the figures are in the region of $40 to $50 billion are coming in from the Nigerians in diaspora. So what that is telling us is that what Africa has as a country, and especially in Nigeria, is not about our natural resources, it's about our human capital. And we need to find a way to develop our human capital. Right now in the world, there's a shortage of over 50,000 seafarers in the world. You can imagine what that would do for the Nigerian economy. Philippines alone is receiving $25 billion a year from the exportation of manpower. Next, ship handling, because on the vessel, everybody needs to eat. Now, on one vessel alone, if we bring in 10 vessels alone, that in itself is almost $15 to $20 million per annum of trade.
Sorry,
because you have to, yes, I need to wind up.
Yeah, because I added 5 more minutes because you needed to slow down. But yes, okay. You need to help us.
I'm very close to the end now. And then also issue of bunker operations, because the vessels need to be fueled. Major business in that area. As a matter of fact, now that the world is going to clean, the vessels are moving to clean economy. What that means is that effectively, we need to look at how can we tap into our natural gas resources like LNG, which is going to be the fuel of the future of vessel. And Nigeria is tied in because we have a large deposit of natural gas. So that is also an enabler for the shipping industry. And now the biggest one which we are facing, the issue of provision of container and bulk cargo feeder. Right now, because of our ports are all river ports, most of these large vessels are going to places like Lome and Cotonou and the rest, and we're acting as feeder because of draft restriction. Lagos alone has 12.5 meters up the marina area, and Warri is 5.9. Port Harcourt, when you get to Boynai, but thereafter it's a bit difficult getting to Onne and to the main ports. And then you have Calabar Port, which are doing a maximum of 6.4 meters on the channel. So what do we need? Next slide, please. In order for us to move forward, we need to improve the issue of our maritime security. Because right now, if you are going 5 degrees east of Lagos, you are being charged what they call the war risk premium. The war risk premium is taken out of the Nigerian economy alone in the region between $300 to $500 million a year. That is certain. For every vessel going to the 5 degrees east, so the issue of maritime security cannot be underestimated, especially in Nigerian waters in the Gulf of Guinea. There's need for us to begin to develop deep sea ports infrastructure with less reliance on our river ports. All the ports in Nigeria we have are all river ports, except for the Lekki Free Trade Zone ports that is coming up right now, and then also the Bonny ports, which might be coming up, which I hear they are designing right now. Those are the only ones. And then Ibaka is coming up. I thank God Mr. Sora is here. Ibaka is coming up, and I heard a bit on. We have to move to deep river ports so that large vessels that can carry almost 15 to 20,000 TEUs can come in. That automatically makes Nigeria a hub. And you can imagine the amount of employment coming in. Changing of our standard operating procedures. Now, the challenge we face is the overzealousness of our security men. Vessels offshore, they go out there and just arrest them and harass them. So we have to change the way they operate, because their mindset is just catch them, arrest them, and lock them. But they do not realize the impact that has on the Nigerian economy. And then designating some areas which you can have as safe areas for anchoring of vessels, and then the maritime security, NPA, everybody provides a 24-hour security to procure. These are what these ship owners are looking for, because they want to safeguard their crew and their assets, because if not, the insurance costs are a lot higher. Next, please. See, I'm doing not badly. Now, in conclusion, and basically I'm rushing this because I don't have much time. I can talk for the next 2 hours. So that's why I need to just rush through this. Therefore, in conclusion, we, Nigeria, the giant of Africa, but the sleeping giant of Africa, has the potential to be the maritime hub for West and Central Africa, and in Africa as a whole. But I've always proposed that we should have 4 hubs. 1 hub in West and Central Africa, being Nigeria, 1 hub in Southern Africa, 1 hub in East Africa, the Horn of Africa, which can be held by Mombasa, and then 1 hub to be held in North Africa to be held by Alexandria. So if we have to take hold of what is going to happen in West and Central Africa and pull the traffic away from Tema, Togo, and Lomé, we have to go and look and be the major enabler of what needs to be done. We need to take control of the total supply chain management for Africa, while at the same time be a job creator for our teeming youth. I can tell you one thing, and I have absolute confidence in Nigeria, that we need to change our type of study for our people from not only university study, but to certifying our boys, seafarers, crew, engineers, and hopefully that will make Nigeria what we need to be and make it truly the giant of Africa, not only Africa, of giant of the world. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Temisa. I was really running the risk of being so that's a disclaimer. Even if maritime is my sector, Mr. Temisa just needed to really speak his mind on what he's truly passionate about, and on many forums, his and we hope to be able to take this home and develop this in terms of, and this will continue the days to come. So we still have maritime tomorrow, along as please do send your questions in and on Wednesday as well, as we continue to discuss how to make Nigeria the transportation hub of Africa. Now, considering the fact that we've spent a lot of time, I'll just move straight to the next speaker, who is going to be speaking to us on roads. An accessible transport system for trade in goods and services, transportation as an enabler, road as the focal point. Dr. Odeleye graduated with a BA Honors Classical Studies from the University of Ibadan in 1987. He had his postgraduate diploma and MSc in Transportation Studies from Ogun State University, now Olabisi Onabanjo University in 1995 and 1997, respectively. He has authored several articles in international transport journals in the last 20 years, and he is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transportation, United Kingdom. He's the co-founder of Intelligent Transport System Nigeria, ITS Nigeria, and a member of ITS Africa Working Group, a not-for-profit organization aimed at promoting smarter and better transportation system in Nigeria and Africa, respectively. May I kindly call on I'm sorry, I thought I lost my network there. May I kindly call on Dr. Joshua Odeleye to take the floor, please? Dr. Odeleye, kindly unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I also want to thank the organizers of this program for the invite to attend this particular national assignment. But before I go into my presentation, I would like to observe the established protocol. And the way I'm going to look at this topic, that is road transportation as an enabler of free trade area in Nigeria. That is ensuring that we deploy our road transport system to make Nigeria a trade hub in African continent. That will be the major objective of this presentation. So let's go to the first slide. So this is the content of what I'm going to be presenting. I'm going to give us an empirical overview of road transport in Nigeria. Where are we presently? Again, to also sensitize us on the link between transport and trade facilitation. And the road network, the fleet composition as it is presently, and challenges. Again, logistics performance index is also a major benchmark being used globally to determine whether country is doing fine as far as logistics operation is concerned or logistics process. And also I'll be talking about planning implication of the Nigeria LPI low rating. After that, I will recommend and conclude. So let's go to the next slide. Transport and logistics, as we are all aware, plays a value-added role as far as the global economy is concerned. In globalized economy, the globalized economy has been able to come to fruition because of the level of development in today's transport system globally. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So ironically, the speed of our transport and logistics process on the continent, especially in Nigeria, is ridiculously low. And why? Because of the nature of our roads, because of our road network is noted for, especially in urban centers, traffic congestion, as well as high rate of road crashes, fatality. So this is not good enough for us if we truly want to make Nigeria a trade hub in the African continent. The quality of our road needs to be much more better than what we have today. So let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Hello? Hello?
Sorry, there's a technical. One moment.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Is there a technical issue?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but I think that there might be a technical issue from the secretariat. They are resharing, sir.
Okay. So the link between transport and economic development is both direct and indirect, because without transport, it will be very difficult to boost national economy. Again, we talk about poverty reduction in this country on a regular basis, but there is a sort of correlation between the level of poverty and the level of transport development in Nigeria as it is today, because the speed of our transport system is down too low compared to countries in developed world. And we need to do something about that if we are to attract trade to our society for better improvement of services and our economy. So transport, in other words, is known to contribute to economic and social development. And without it, a country cannot be seen to be developing economically. So next slide. Next, okay. So this is just an overview of the network of roads we have in Nigeria, according to ADB, a report 2011. By 1960, we have about 6,500 kilometers of road network. By 2020, by 2010, it has really moved up geometrically to about 197,000 kilometers of, and 18% of this are paved. And this road are divided between the federal, state, and local government authority. And interestingly, majority of our road networks are under the control and supervision of the local government authority. And that's why the issue of autonomy also comes in here. Without local government having autonomy, a larger chunk of our road network will continue to be in bad shape. So next slide, please. Next slide. This is just a graphical picture of the network of road in Nigeria, which is very, very connected as it is, but the state of each of them is what that really needs to work on. We have the network, but what's the state of the network? That's the answer to the question to answer. So the next slide, please. So this time around, I want to look at the fleet of the road transport fleet composition. In 2010, according to ADB, about 5.2 million four-wheelers on our roads. And also by, this grew up to about 5.3 million and 5.3 million two-wheelers. So the fleet has continued to grow about 10% a year in the past decade. And it appears the trend has not changed as it is today. So in essence, we have had mixture of different types of fleet composition on our road network. We have tricycle, we have bicycle, motorcycle, we have four-wheelers, we have trailers and trucks and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of conflicting movement on our road network. And the fleet size continue to grow as disposable income of individual and organization improved over time. So next slide. Next slide, okay. So the fleet of 2- and 4-wheel motorized vehicles is projected to grow from estimated 10 million in 2020 to 26 million by 2020. Now that Okada and commercial motorcycle are the in thing today. So this may even go beyond what we expected, maybe in the next 10 years, if nothing is done on our road to ensure that regulation and road administration is prioritized in Nigeria. Because as it is today, it's very difficult to really pin down administration of road operation to a single authority in the society today. So if we are to make Nigeria a hub of trade on African continent, we have a lot of work to do in road transport sector administration in this part of the world. Otherwise, the conflict and crisis situation that pervaded our road environment will continue unabated. So the country is expected to experience a threefold increase in four-wheel vehicles to a total of 16 million by 2020. And up to date, the road network Nigeria accounts for at least 90% of it. So this is not sustainable and it's not good enough for our economy. It is grossly unsustainable. That is, over reliance on one mode of transport. The other modes of transport should be designed, should be developed in such a way that each and every one of them will be able to complement each other. And again, each and every one of them should be able to leverage on their area of advantage over other modes of transport. For instance, the railways have the capacity over road. So that capacity is still not being optimally utilized. The road sector has the flexibility advantage, meaning that it could penetrate nooks and crannies of the society. But with the poor state of most of the roads in the country today, it still creates a sort of problem that hinders the free flow of freight and passenger. So next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what are the challenges of road transport in Nigeria? One, preponderance of old rickety vehicles. This is a noticeable thing on our road. High cost of operation of vehicles. High auto-induced pollutants, especially in urban centers. The road design standards have not kept pace with increasing traffic volume and vehicle weight. So what I mean in this regard is that our road environment is still passive, is still being unaided, using technology, latest innovative solutions that could make our roads to be more intelligent and efficient, such that road could even take decision on happenings on it real time by informing the authority responsible. There are a lot of incidents that happen on our road. Nobody gets to know until traffic builds up before you start looking for alternative route. But if our road design is such modernized in which projects integrate transport, intelligent transport system infrastructure, then we'll be able to have more than enough data for our planning on road. We'll be able to have more than enough data on volume being carried by each of the road. And we'll be able to have enough data on the weight that is being transported on this road. And that brings us to the issue of poor axle load control. There are no weight bridges, functional weight bridges in the country today. And that's why a 30-tonner vehicle could do 40 tons, because the operator knows that it cannot be apprehended, because there are no way of knowing whether it's overloaded or not. So we need to integrate information and communication technology infrastructure on our road design and development today, because we have passed, the world has gone beyond the level of a passive road environment. The world is talking about intelligent highway, thinking highway, so as to apprehend overspeeding, so as to apprehend overloading, and so on. So the administrative bottleneck is also another problem. So the local government has a role to play. The state has its own role to play. So the federal government also has a role to play. There should be a meeting point between these three tiers of government as regards administration of road operations. This is an area in which the Federal Ministry of Transport will be the hub for other agencies, as well as other institutions of government, as well as private sector, coordinating everybody, bringing everybody together, and having a focus, a national focus on the type of road operation we really want to have in our society. So high and uncontrollable cost of transportation is also another problem. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, yeah, thank you. So the logistics performance.
Sorry, sir, you have about 2 minutes to round up. You have about 2 minutes to round up, sir.
Okay, it's all right.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, what I just want to say about logistics performance index is that because of the state of our road, because of the so many challenges we have on the road system, the logistics performance rating of our country is very, very poor when you compare to other parts of the world. So let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Hello? Hello? Hello?
So he has moved to the next slide.
Okay. Okay, let him. Okay. If our country is to become the hub for trade in Africa, quality of trade and transportation related infrastructure such as port, railroad, road, information technology has to be improved upon. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Anyway, hello, sir. Okay. So you could see part of why our logistics performance index is very low. Our roads are congested. The quality of vehicles are not in good shape. You could see this type of trailer. Something has to be done. And this is where the administrative issue on the road sector comes in. We should have a system in place in which at every given point on our road, we know who is in charge of coordination, monitoring, and regulation so that we could free the road as well as guarantee safety and guarantee efficiency. So again, another thing I also want to look at is the issue of the index. I did a sort of comparative analysis of Nigeria with sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria is a little bit low when you compare it to other countries. I mean, generally on sub-Saharan Africa. I mean the logistics performance index. When you compare Nigeria to South Africa, you find out that South Africa is a little bit ahead of us. And there are a lot we can still do because we have the potential. Also, when you compare the Nigeria to one of the top performer, which is Germany, you see that we have a long way to go. And what we need to do, one, is to ensure that we take control of the road administration such that there will be good road at all times. We also ensure that investment in technology is prioritized. We need to have a national policy for deployment of information and communication technology on our road, such that we will be every year, maybe a 5-year plan or 10-year plan, whereby every year a certain amount of money will be devoted to upgrading our road, a major corridor with IT-enabled devices. So this, for instance, this is the environment of our major seaport. You see the picture.
My apologies for cutting in again, sir. Kindly help us round up, sir.
Okay, so let me just go to recommendation. You see, Lagos-Badagry Expressway is very, very key towards realizing this objective of this particular workshop. So something has to be done as regards fixing the road, as regards installation of technology-enabled devices, soft infrastructure. And finally, we need to have smart highway in Nigeria today. We are lagging behind compared to countries like South Africa. Our roads should now be automated. The level of passive highway should stop henceforth. And also, weigh in motion is one technology that has been deployed across the world. You don't have to stop trailer before you know what is carrying. You don't have to stop tanker before you know what is carrying. And finally, professionalism is very, very key. We need to put more money into training and retraining of personnel and ensure the right person at the right position all the time. There are so many professionals of transport and logistics across this country. So we don't lack the professional, but sometimes they are not in charge of some of these technicalities of how transport should be managed. So I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll have to quickly move on to the next speaker. That is Madam Adefunke Adeyemi, who will be given the perspective from the aviation point of view. Madam Adefunke Adeyemi is an expert in the aviation industry. She has invested about 10 years in the sector, focusing on bringing value and international standards to the industry within the region and helping transform lives and the business environment through her work and initiatives. Madam Adeyemi was just 31 years old when she was appointed head of legal and company secretary of Virgin Nigeria Airways in 2005 and became the head of options of the International Air Transport Association in English-speaking West Africa in 2008. She rose through the ranks to assume her current position in the association, covering 54 countries in Africa. Madam Adeyemi, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. If I could have my video as well, permission to start my video, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Can you confirm you can see and hear me clearly, please?
I can't see you yet. Oh, okay.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Allowing me to stand on existing protocol, let me just go straight into the presentation. The presentation is focused on how air transport can support building a sustainable system for transportation to support trade in goods and services across Africa. So that's how I'm going to focus the presentation. The first few slides will look at the benefits that air transport has brought to the world in terms of economic activity and social good. The next deck of slides would then look at the specifics of air transport for Africa, and then the final set of slides will look at how air transport works within the wider system of transportation. This first slide just goes to speak to the impact of aviation on the global economy. As of 2019, aviation contributed 4.1% to the global economy, translating to 3.5% of $3.5 trillion, I beg your pardon, and contributing to 87.7 million jobs. We can move on to the next slide. So aviation is definitely an economic driver and enabler. Now, as of 2019 as well, we had forecasted with IATA, the International Air Transport Association, where I work, that Africa was forecast to be the second fastest growing air transport economy in the world. And we can see on the screen there, second after Asia Pacific, which is at 5.2%, Africa was meant to be at 4.5%, moving the passenger numbers from 155 million, which they were in 2019, to well over 200 and something million in the next 15 years. So this was the prognosis before, the crisis that hit the whole world came forth. In addition, the next slide shows us that aviation and as a whole, meaning travel and tourism, contributed. In the next slide, if you can have the next slide, please. These two contributed hugely to Africa's economy. Travel and tourism basically speaks to the people who travel by air for different reasons. So it's not just tourism in terms of those who are going for leisure. Tourism actually covers those who are traveling for work, visiting families, trade, etc. So the whole value chain of travel and tourism contributed almost $170 billion to Africa's GDP in 2019, as well as contributed to about 24 million jobs. Another thing that aviation is really renowned for and unique for is that it contributes to 15 out of the 17 UN SDGs, and is also a vehicle for both globalization and regionalization. And that is what we want to speak to today, how aviation can really drive integration and regionalization across Africa. Speaking to Nigeria, we heard already from the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Senator Hadi Sirika, the contribution of aviation to Nigeria's GDP, contributing to about 0.6%. That should be 0.6 now because we did a slight revision to those numbers, and over about 250,000 jobs. Of course, these numbers are all before the COVID-19 crisis. So if we move to the next slide, we can start to see how this has impacted on aviation. In Africa, as of 2019, I mentioned that, aviation supported 7.7 million jobs and 63 billion of GDP for Africa. The circled area is showing Africa, but you can see in comparison to other regions, and this is a very instructive slide. This is very important for us to see just how much air transport can transform economies in regions and countries. And so if we look at Africa, still lagging slightly behind, allow me to put on my glasses so I can see clearly. So lagging slightly behind there with these numbers. And then you look at the other regions and see the huge numbers of what air transportation can do. And like I mentioned earlier in other slides, air transportation really does support globalization and regionalization because aviation has a unique ability that other forms of transportation may not do. It is its speed, the speed at which it can traverse and cross borders, and the seamlessness with which it can do that. So looking at Africa, this is something that really it's a huge opportunity. This circle that we're showing you is a huge opportunity that we need to take advantage of. So moving on to the next slide, we've seen that we've been significantly impacted by the COVID. Now, Africa is a huge, great continent. We have all of the demographics that you can see on the screen. But one of the things that I want to mention the most is the fact that it is such a huge continent. You can fit the USA, China, China, Europe, Mexico, and so many other places in the world within the same landmass of Africa. So the map, what you see on the map, is not representative of the size. And because of that, and because of what I mentioned before, the ability of aviation to seamlessly and quickly cross borders, aviation is a real lifeline for the continent. And it's something that can help Africa leapfrog in terms of using that transport mode as a driver, supported, of course, by all the other transport modes. Moving to the next slide. Restoring air connectivity is vital to the recovery of African economies. We've already seen the hit that a loss of transportation and air transportation has given to African economies. And just to give an example of what happened, or rather to paint the picture of what happened during the COVID crisis, because governments closed their borders, all of their borders, air travel did not come into countries, just as other forms of transportation were not allowed cross-border until after a period of time. And so at the height of the pandemic, 94% of air travel was at a halt, meaning the remaining 6% were only moving essential services, moving, medicaments, pharmaceuticals, and PPEs across Africa. That was all that was moving. So, but at the same time as aviation in terms of passenger numbers was halted, trade was still permitted in terms of cargo movements. So aviation really is quite a unique form of transportation to really help support and move and facilitate trade and movement of people, goods, and services across the continent. So the restoration of air transport is fundamental. We're working on this a lot. We heard some points on this issue from the Minister of Aviation, but it's really important that we're able to, get back to where we were even before the COVID. Of course, that's still going to take some time because of just how devastating this crisis was. Moving on to the next slide. This is a picture that shows us what the air route networks across Africa between 2009 and 2019 is. That's a 10-year period. If you look at the first map of the continent on the left, it shows you what the picture was in 2009. If you look at it on the right-hand side, it shows you quite a similar picture. The only difference is that the lines in blue are a bit denser, which shows that there were a few more new routes opening in between cities, but actually there was more frequencies, meaning more flights on the existing routes between cities. Now, this is really important because it shows us a picture of where the connectivity was and how dense the connectivity was, but it also shows us the picture of where it is not, the white spaces. That's what I call them, the white spaces in between the city pairs. This is really crucial because it means that there are pairs of cities between African countries that are perhaps not adequately connected by air. And this, again, is the real opportunity and the game changer for really integrating the continent and moving, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and services. The next slide speaks, of course, to what is the importance of connectivity. We've been talking about this a lot, but what is the importance of connectivity, air connectivity, as well as a connected multimodal system? Well, let's look at what these examples are. This will actually be launched tomorrow at the IATA AGM, the global World Air Transport Forum. So this is a sneak peek for all of you. It shows our air connectivity index, and this is the Africa picture. Air connectivity index, it really speaks to how well connected cities are. So how well connected are Lagos and Accra, for example, and what does that connectivity do? So just to give an example of Lagos and Accra, when Nigeria Airways and Ghana Airways both sort of went under, the connectivity between the two cities was very, very challenged. And then between the two countries of Ghana and Nigeria, they decided to sign an air service agreement that opened up their markets to each other. What happened next was that Nigerian carriers had 10 frequencies a day, meaning they could fly 10 times between Lagos and Accra a day. What happened? Companies in Nigeria, banks, oil companies, and other businesses opened branches in Accra. People started to live and work in the different places. That is what a great example of connected cities does. And that connectivity translates to productivity. So going into this specific example, connectivity covers all forms of human endeavor, trade, tourism, as well as other forms of social good, humanitarian activities, and so on. So in terms of what happened with Africa, what was the picture? Well, pre-COVID, we had 970 cities connected, city pairs, meaning one city and another city are connected by air. And just the example I gave you now of Lagos and Accra, just think about the exponential effect of economic and social activity between those cities. So we had 970 pairs, still not enough for a continent like Africa. Again, look at the white spaces I was talking about, but quite significant to help support initiatives like the AfCFTA, which we'll go into in a minute. But I want to give a very practical example as well from this slide. The countries, we found that in our analysis that the countries that have 1% better air cargo connectivity, just 1%, increase their trade, their ability to trade by 6%. So just 1% more. That 1% more could be that you open a new route between cities, or you add more frequencies on routes that are already existing. And this is an example of Kenya. Kenya, the flowers in Kenya, I'm sure a lot of us have heard about the flower markets, but I'm sure many of you don't know that if you fly through Amsterdam airport and you saw all of those flowers, the beautiful tulips and all the flowers that were on sale in the airport, many of them actually come from the farms in Kenya. And those flowers go through a hub like Schiphol and it distributed all over the world within 18 hours. It goes to the end of the world, Chile, the furthest point in the world, Singapore, Montreal, within 18 hours from Kenya. And the Kenya market did, over 2010 to 2017, increased by 132% because of the ability of the air transport to take the flowers that were harvested from the farms through a robust logistical system and export them out of the country. And it is now the second most exported product in Kenya and contributes about 8.1% to the Kenyan GDP. So that is just an example, a practical example of what this can do. And I was very, very happy to hear when Mr. Anatogu shared his slides to see some of the goods and some of the priority goods that were highlighted there. Many of them are perishables like these and are agricultural products that can easily be flown across those cities that he mentioned. And I was also happy to see the cities that he highlighted, countries. So countries like Egypt and South Africa, Morocco and co. And you will see that this connectivity index here actually confirms what he showed in the slide, because here, when we did our analysis in 2019, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Ethiopia, and Algeria were the most connected cities in terms of absolute connection in 2019, from 2014 to 2019. If we move to the next slide. The next slide will show us that connection is not just, in terms of absolute numbers, it's also important relative to the population. And we see that when you compare air connectivity, the absolute score relative to the population of the country, a few other countries start to move up. So you see Morocco move up above South Africa, you see Algeria move up above Ethiopia. But these are very, very important numbers. And it also goes to show something that is very important. As much as Nigeria has the largest population in Africa, our connectivity is growing, but could be better. So this picture goes to show you that the more connectivity that you have, the more you're able to drive that economic activity and really take a place. So thank you very much. Now, in terms of what this means, look at Ethiopia. Then if you go to the right side of the slide, Ethiopia has grown the fastest among African aviation markets in terms of air connectivity relative to its population. And there's some reasons for this, so many reasons. One is that—
Madam Adeyemi.
Yes.
So I'm so sorry to cut in. Please, can you help us kindly round up your time?
Okay, sure. I will be going soon. Although I feel like other speakers had a little bit more time, but allow me to just finish this and we'll run through. Thank you very much. So in terms of
maybe like
the
2-3 minutes.
In terms of the drivers, they have a favorable business environment, robust air transport industry, and the demographic support growth in the industry. And really, it has really shown what the difference is between the past 10 years, that the industry there has grown about 3.5 times. What we've seen again is the post-COVID city pair situation in Africa. reduced now to 100 city pairs, but we can see that it's starting to pick up very, very slowly as things recover. So let's move to the next slide, please. The key message is that AfCFTA is a very, very important initiative, strategic, and the single African air transport market is going to help facilitate that. What is the promise of the single African air transport market? It is that it can connect Africa better, quickly, speedily, safely, efficiently through the air transport system. And through liberalization of the market, allowing African cities, African countries to open up to each other, it opens up for transportation of people, goods, and services, leading to economic growth, traffic growth, and job creation. We can move on to the next slide. The promise, of course, of the AfCFTA is that Africa can realize its promise of having the largest trading bloc in the world, growing from 52%, 52%, sorry, growing to 52% from the 20 or 22% that it is today, and also seeing how we can harness the investments that are flowing into Africa. 3.4% of the share of world foreign direct investment comes into Africa, seeing how we can harness that to supporting the logistical element of the free trade area. And if we move on to the last point, how to facilitate movement of people. The promise of free movement as well, which is another AU initiative, is that at least Africans should be able to move across African continent easier. 49% today of Africans need a visa to enter another African country. Moving on to the next slide, please. We can move a bit quicker now. So this is an example of what happened with telecoms, banking, and energy. When these three industries decided that to open up and they were given concessions to open across and expand across Africa, we can see how it has transformed, banking. We can see how it has transformed communications. We can see how it has transformed the entire system. And this is because it focuses on people, goods, and services. It's network oriented, it's customer focused, and it delivers these benefits. So three initiatives, strategic initiatives I've mentioned, taking on these kinds of paradigms can also achieve the same. Moving to the next slide. The final point I want to make now is about this system, this building a sustainable system. Next slide, please. The building a sustainable system will look into these 6 boxes, and very quickly, I'll just run through them. Connectivity, as I've mentioned, is key, which contributes to GDP growth, socioeconomic development, and the scale and operations of airlines are fundamental. Open borders are critical, not just for people, but also for visa requirements, air passenger information, cargo information, automated border control. Cargo is critical to the AfCFTA through trade facilitation, e-freight, and digitization. Of course, it's important that the underpinnings of cost competitiveness support this so that it's affordable for people to be able to use this mode of transportation. A lot of people carry their goods by road. They carry them by bus on trucks. They can also do the same by air, but people think that, oh, because aviation is so expensive, which really and truly it may not actually be. Infrastructure is fundamental. We've talked about that throughout the day. Cargo facilities, logistics, available terminal capacity, and export processing areas. And of course, the most important thing is the regulatory framework. The regulatory framework is really important. It is really key to ensure that it enables all of the wonderful things that we're trying to do. This is my final slide just to show an example to the audience of what the system that we're talking about, I've just spoken about, is, and how this picture can be extrapolated to the other modes. If you look at the airline in the middle, you look at the truckers, the handling agents, the airline, the handling agent, the trucker, flow of information. This is just to show what happens in that process from the air transport point of view. But you extrapolate this, when you bring your goods in, people still need to move them inland. Road will play a key element. Rail will play a key element. And sea or inland waterways will also play a key element. So this is how to look at this issue of AfCFTA through a sustainable system of transportation. I believe that just leaving you finally with the importance of aviation, Thank you very much. I think we're at the last slide already now. So thank you very much for the opportunity. We need some building blocks on these areas for aviation to do its own part to be able to support the others. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Adeyemi. I do want to point out that it was the same time. It's just that, you know, as usual, when it comes to the issues of aviation, and I have heard you say a number of times, it's an area that, you know, you're passionate about pretty much with Mr. Tomisan. Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, because of time, I won't be able to do a recap. We'll have to quickly move on to the next speaker. That's Professor Adesoji Adesanya. He's the head Environment and Physical Infrastructure Policy Department of the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research in Ibadan. Professor Soji Adeyinka is a research professor in the Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, Ibadan. He is a World Bank graduate and an alumni of the University of Ibadan when he studied geography and graduated in 1983, as well as urban and regional planning and graduated in 1986. His doctorate degree was obtained from Cardiff University, Wales in the United Kingdom in 1994. Professor Adesanya is currently the head of Policy Engagement Division of NISER and the chairman of the Southwest branch of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria. He's also a member of the International Corporation for the Continuing Development of Urban and Suburban Transport, CODATU. His hobbies include collecting bottle tops, philanthropy, and Professor Adesanya, the floor is yours, sir. Is Professor Adesanya with us, please? Sir, kindly unmute your... Kindly unmute, sir. Professor Adesanya, sir, you need to kindly unmute from your end. Kindly unmute from your end, sir. You've been enabled to unmute.
Professor Adesanya, please try once again.
You've been made a co-host, so you should be able to unmute yourself without problems. Just click on the microphone. Oh boy.
Perhaps we move on to the next speaker and come back.
Okay, I think we'll move to the next speaker, who is Professor Olukayode Oyeshiku from Olabisi Onabanjo University. He will be speaking on current transportation policies. We're trying to sort out the issues with respect to Professor Adesonya's connection and audio. Now, Professor Olakayode Oyeshiku is an erudite scholar, an astute university administrator, prolific writer, and versatile academic and outstanding university teacher with over 260 publications, including 36 textbooks and monographs, 42 local and international conference papers, has attended 123 local and international learned conferences, and presented over 35 public distinguished personality papers. He's a recipient of many scholarships and is active in the industry and public sector. He's a consultant to a number of federal and state agencies, both local and international, and private organizations, including the United Nations Population Fund, the World Bank, the Federal Ministry of Transport, Nigerian Ports Authority, state governments, and he is an expert examiner of to 27 universities and institutions. He's a member of Council of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, the chairman of the Publications Committee of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, the editor-in-chief of the Journal of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, ladies, and amongst other publications. So is Professor Adesonya now able to join us?
Hello? Oh, this is not working.
Mr. Reg, I am not quite sure who is speaking right now.
It's Professor Adesanya.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So,
Professor
Adesanya.
Yes, please. Can I go on? Can I? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please, you have 15 minutes, sir. Yes, you can go on. We can
Hello?
hear you loud and clear, sir.
I've been unmuted and the audio is. Hello?
We can hear you, Professor Adesanya. Please.
Oh, okay.
Ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, okay. If you can hear me, that's okay. I'll be looking at the rail sector within the context of building a suitable and accessible transportation system for trade in goods and services. Sorry, can you share my slides, please? Okay, my slides are not shared. First of all, I'm trying to contextualize, African trade and growth, and then see what challenges African leaders and the continent as a whole faces in respect of rail transport provision. First of all, Africa in the last couple of years
has been growing really very, very fast. And as one will expect, different regions are growing at different rates, with East Africa, growing faster than most other regions. And what that implies is this, that, once you're growing, you're probably generating more money, and that means you can have sufficient funds for investing in rail if you have to do that. So generally speaking, in 2018 alone, the value of intra-African trade is said to have expanded by 17%. I think by that figure, it clearly shows that it is huge. We're talking about a situation where commerce will grow, where investments are likely to occur. But then what happens to the goods and services and products? They have to be moved. And that is why I'll be talking about the relevance of rail in all of this. Now, rail transport is a key facilitator, and then several institutions have alluded to that fact. The IMF, for example, says reduction in transportation costs is critical to encouraging intra-regional trade and making a success of AfCFTA. And in doing this, it is expected that building a comprehensive African rail network will be very crucial. So what I'm saying in essence is that rail transport has a very, very vital role to play in, in promoting AfCFTA. Now, why is the rail transport sector an enabler, and why is it an enabler and a sustainable solution to all of this that we're talking about? First of all, there's this general belief that the rail transport system is environmentally friendly. The global debate, especially on climate change, is encouraging green transportation modes, of which several developments are going on to ensure that different train services are made a little bit more environmentally friendly. Then apart from that, we'll also discover that rail has that competitive edge over the road, particularly when you're talking about long distance haulage of goods. So the rail system will offer you low cost per ton kilometer when you're considering moving your freight over long distances. Then if you also look at it in terms of the ability to move mass number of people, train services, have that advantage. Now, one other area which I think a lot of the speakers have partially touched is the one that relates to road and railway competition. Every mode of transport, like we know, has comparative advantages over the other, and rail, in our own context, has a lot of role to play in promoting AfCFTA. So finally, rail transport and rail passenger transport, rail services, of course, can either be in moving freight or in moving passengers. Once you invest in the rail system, what you're doing more or less is like encouraging business opportunities and then ensuring that the economy grows. Now, one thing that I also want us to realize is this: that African leaders generally, or African governments generally, have looked at the rail system, and several efforts have been made in the past. If you look at the slide that I have there, for the sake of time, you can see close to 18 African countries have engaged in one form of rail transport development effort or the other. But beyond national rail development, there are cross-border rail development efforts. Tanzania-Zambia Railway, for example, Trans-Namibia, the resuscitation of the Trans-Maghreb Railway, and just lately Nigeria is talking about extending the rail system to Niger Republic. So what I'm saying is that rail investment may at some point go beyond internal rail transport development to to embrace cross-border rail development. Now, having said that, let us now come down to Nigeria and then see how well prepared or how well placed we are in terms of making the rail to key in adequately into AfCFTA. It is quite disappointing to note that the rail system in Nigeria currently contributes less than 0.5%, not 1%, 0.5% to Nigeria's GDP over the last 10 years. I think that is terribly disappointing. Again, efforts are currently being made, to expand the rail, the narrow gauge, the standard gauge system. To a large extent, we still depend on the narrow gauge, and of course, it has implications, for speed, for the loads it can carry, and so on and so forth. Now, the rail system again in Nigeria has inadequate rail infrastructure. Either you're talking in terms of rolling stock or locomotives. I don't think today we have up to 15 operational locomotives. I think for a country like Nigeria, that is not very good enough. There's several efforts have been made in the last 30 years, okay, to improve and modernize the Nigerian railways. Part of the efforts includes, rights intervention in the late 70s, the CCECC intervention in the mid-1990s, and the current efforts at, expanding the standard gauge system. So a lot of things have been done. Then, of course, one other area which I think I should mention is the area of funding. It's quite disappointing that, although government is making efforts, but we know that this rail system has for a long time been neglected, and a part of the result is what we're seeing today, such that, what should be the rail share of the traffic is being gradually taken up by the road sector. Then there's also the legislation issue. Now that we're talking about states getting involved, in providing rail services, I think that has to be clearly addressed. The Nigerian Railway Act. Progress is going on, but to say it mildly, I think it's really, really very slow. At the moment, we have the 25-year strategic vision for Nigerian railways. It is supposed to run from 2002 to 2007. Sorry, to 2027. We are just about 7 years away. I don't see the possibility of, of implementing that vision. So what it means is that we may have to take a second look at that vision and then see how, we can use that in preparing the rail sector for, implementing AfCFTA. So I asked the question, are we really ready to fully explore the potentials that the rail system has to offer? I think my answer will be no, because the progress has been slow to date, and I think a lot of things will need to be done. Now, what are the major challenges? I think I need to quickly highlight those ones. That's looking at Nigeria within the context of AfCFTA. Now, we need to harmonize the development of railway at a national, and continental levels, particularly now that we're talking about cross-border rail transport services. Then there's also the need for us to address the issue of interoperability, that's in terms of gauge. Even in Nigeria today, we have two gauge systems, the narrow and then the standard gauge. Countries that connect us, we must try to have a seamless movement of goods and services. If at all, rail will be an enabler in all of these things that we're talking about. The railroad competition is also one area that has to be adequately addressed. Otherwise, it is not peculiar to Nigeria. All over the world, we can see the road sector taking up a large chunk, okay, of goods and services. So, but then the problem is deeper in Africa. And what we're saying is that, for rail to have that competitive edge over road, a lot of things will have to be done. And then, of course, we need to look at the appropriate rail management system. Now, I'm saying this because since the mid-90s, Nigeria has proposed concessioning the rail system. A lot of efforts have been made in ensuring that it materializes, but unfortunately, it has not seen the light of the day. Again, this whole idea of concessioning rail system is not peculiar to Nigeria. There are several African countries that have done that, and financial institutions have actually come to that conclusion that concessioning will have to be treated with care. Is not the real answer to addressing this whole idea of public institutions running rail system. The private investors should be attracted to run part of the rail services as well. In that wise, then we can actually put the rail system on a good stead to contribute to AfCFTA. Now, again, the whole idea of rolling stock, I've partially mentioned that. Then we also need to talk about managing a customs union. Here we're talking about not just national rail development, we're talking about cross-border rail service delivery. And if that is the case, of course, customs union issues will have to be properly addressed, as well as transshipment between road and rail services. Now, having said that, let me, because of time, quickly address the way forward. Now, Nigeria must try as much as possible to decide what it wants to promote, either rail freight services, rail passenger services, or both. And of course, there should be a share, there should be a modal share, okay, that will decide what part of the rail service is taken up by freight and then what part is taken up by passengers. Then we need to engage relevant stakeholders, particularly concessionaires, and see what kind of PPP would adequately meet the needs of Nigeria, such that investment will not be entirely on the neck of the federal government. States will be involved. Private investors who want to participate in the rail services delivery can also participate. Then we also need to think about connecting key activity centers to the rail system. At the moment, I think I had one of the speakers saying, several state capitals are still left out. Of course, there are reasons for that. Partly that is partly historical, because when the rails were being laid, they were actually laid to connect, mining areas, to connect agricultural areas, and so on. But we know that there are a lot of gaps. The north-south orientation of the rail system is not doing Nigeria any good. There are several economic zones that have grown, that have developed over time. We need to see how we'll adequately connect them to the rail system. Already there is in the pipeline the east-west rail line. That is the discussions are still ongoing. I don't think any major progress has been made in that respect. Now, again, when we're looking ahead, there will be different kinds of commodities and services to be delivered. The type of wagons, the type of rolling stock that we have today will have to be reassessed. We need to think about containerized wagons. We look to look at flatbeds, what do you call them? Flatbeds. We need to think about those ones. We need to think about the possibility of having double stacking of containers and so on and so forth, so as to increase the carrying capacity of the rail system. So the rail, as far as I think, And as far as a lot of contributors have alluded, needs to be developed. The rail has the capacity to move huge volumes of goods, particularly over long distances at reasonably cheaper rates. Of course, once that is done, that will save our roads, which currently are being destroyed because the rail is not playing its proper role in the movement of goods and services. So the rail system has a lot of potentials, particularly in Africa, given the fact that many African countries are landlocked, and a way by which we can ensure cross-border flow of goods and passengers will be encouraging developing of the rail system. My time is short. There are quite a number of things that I would have loved to discuss, particularly in respect of Nigeria. But the point is that the rail system in Nigeria needs to be terribly overhauled. A situation where the rail system contributes less than 0.5% to the GDP, I think that is very appalling, and that has to be adequately addressed, particularly within the context of the plans that we have, the 25-year vision, which is less than 5 years to its end. Less than 5 years to its end. So I think these are some of the issues we need to adequately address if the Nigerian rail system will play the expected role in AfCFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teha. Thank you. I was about to say kindly help us out, but thank you for rounding up, sir. Before I call on the next speaker, and I think there's a bit of background noise. I'm not quite determining where that is coming from. Okay. Mr. Reagan, can you hear me, please?
Apologies, please, could you repeat that?
Sorry. No, I wanted to be sure if I could be heard.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go on.
Okay, all right, thank you. I was going to note that before I call on the next speaker who would be giving us more of a roundup of what we have heard today, there are still 2 more days in this workshop, and day 2, which is tomorrow, we'll be looking at the maritime and the rail sectors concurrently. So maritime will be taking place between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Rail will be taking place between a.m. and 2 p.m. And at these sessions, the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of each of the sectors will be extensively discussed, and it will be sector specific. Then on the day 3, which is on the 25th of November, road and aviation would also be analyzed in depth from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, those sessions are concurrent. So depending on our areas of interest or the areas that operate in, please let's do try and log on those different days in the particular sector that is of our interest. Because what we've done today is to give an overview of the transportation sector. The next 2 days is where we'll focus more on peculiar issues in each of the sectors. So at this point, I'll be calling on Professor Oyeshiku, Professor Olukayode Oyeshiku. I had read his profile before. Sir, if you are on, kindly take the floor. He's going to be speaking to us on current transportation policy.
Thank you very much for having me. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me for this presentation. I am going to talk on current transport policies, but my focus will be on that of Nigeria. The slides are all self-explanatory, and I will appreciate if those on the console can just go stepwisely as I make the presentation. I am going to look at the nature of and goals of transport policy, look at that of Nigeria, and check the current national transport policy, then look at the challenges. You know, I hope to work within the limit of the time. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can. Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you very much. Now, the introduction actually looks at the vital role of transportation in the country and in the continent. And a number of speakers have done much of all this part, starting from Vince to Professor Badejo, to Temi, to Dr. Alban Igwe, and to the three gentlemen and the lady who actually look at the sectoral challenges of transport. I therefore will not spend much time on looking at what transportation is into the national and the continental development. However, transport policy plays a vital role because all sectors require regulation and control through a public framework, and that can also ensure effective operational of virtually all sectors of the economy. The absence or articulation, poor articulation of this public framework that it is called policy has actually portends a significant failure in terms of meeting the aspirations of the needs of the people. Yeah, can I continue, please?
Yes, I don't know what happened, but please, do continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, the essence of transport policy is that of coordination of the transportation system, and the failure for us to have this portends a bit of danger. One of the questions at this stage of the presentation is to ask ourselves, do we really have a transport policy in Nigeria? As we go on, we'll be able to address this particular issue. What are the nature and the goals of the transportation system, of transport policy? It is a dynamic concept, it's a dynamic document, it's also a dynamic process. It consists of what the government and the stakeholders have, particularly to promote economic development and the expansion of trade, and perhaps dovetail into improving the competitiveness of all sectors of the economy. The overall goal, as across the continent and as we have it in different parts of the world, is to ensure that we have a safe, affordable, comfortable, and environmentally sustainable forms of mobility to every activity. But the transportation policy is the function of the challenges of the transportation systems that we have in a particular locality's case in Nigeria. And to a very great extent, much of all these challenges have actually been rolled out in what we have had in the last 2 or 3 hours. I am told that my speaker is not working. Is that so?
Sir, we can hear you. At least from my side, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go ahead. Therefore, I will not actually go into slides number 5 that describe the transportation system challenges. Let me go to the review of the transport policy, which is slide number 6. In the past 60 years or so, we have actually had 7 distinct transport policy documents, 16 transport policy documents, 6 of which I have tried to highlight, namely the 1965 Statement Policy, the 1993 Transport Policy for Nigeria, the 2002 Master Plan for Integrated Transport Infrastructure, then 2002 Draft of National Transport Policy, and the 2017 National Transport Policy. The 2017 National Transport Policy, I've attempted to summarize the nature and the characteristics of the all other in 16 various documents. Mind you, we have some sectoral policy statements. Aviation has this, maritime has it, rail has it, road has it, but what we are looking at is the national transport policy. That is an amalgamation of all sectors, all in one document for the purpose of coordination. The National Transport Policy of 2017 has actually attempted to summarize all what we have before in just one document. That particular 2017 highlighted the characteristics of what they have told us, particularly the demand of transportation service as a result of intended socioeconomic activities. It also highlighted the challenges of urban congestions. It looked at subsidization of fuel. It has looked at characteristics of our poor roads and inefficient transportation planning and coordination. Against this particular background, that particular 2017 policy then highlighted the strategic goals and objectives. Much of all this are actually sandwiched within the framework of sustainable transportation development. And to a very great extent, much good work has actually been done to articulate this in 2017 National Transport Policy, looking at efficiency, coordination, as well as the development of a transportation network that it is intermodal and it is multimodal, promotion of integrated and intermodal multimodal transportation system, and maintaining the strong linkages between the West and Central Africa. The transport policy also went further in terms of the policy statement to midwife the overall objective of sustainable transportation development by integration of the transportation sector with all other sectors of the economy, particularly environment, education, health, wealth creation, job creation, encouraging strategic partnership and the investment of the private sector to promote inclusiveness. More importantly, a substantial section of that particular policy look at modernization and involvement of the technology, as well as what the relationship with between the environment and the energy. It also identified the regulatory gaps that is needed to ensure timely provisions of the infrastructure at minimal cost. Above all, it developed strongly policy statements in terms of database research and human capacity development for the purpose of transportation. Having said all this, which is also the summary of all what we have had over the years, we continuously have challenges of policy implementation. And I'm beginning to answer that particular question. We really don't have transport policy in Nigeria. We have draft transport statements, drafted transport documents, but all of them just remain in the shelf. Why do we have this type of situation? One, there is no political will to ensure we have adequate transportation policy. We also have operational problems, which is a conflict of policy objectives, particularly between the states and the federal government. A number of the policy, including that of 2017, also have the challenge of absence of clear definition and responsibility among the three tiers of government. There is also conflicts in terms of regulation and jurisdictions over infrastructure, who holds what, who controls what. And above all, the well-trained and competent professionals, they are not in short supply, but they are not being properly harnessed and to work in relevant sections in the federal and state government that can implement government decisions. The challenges also go further to identify the skepticism part of some governmental agencies about the role of the Ministry of. Don't forget that for a very long time, Transportation Ministry or Transportation Division has moved from Ministry of Works to Ministry of Physical Planning and so on and so forth. And this has created some gaps to doubt if actually it is something that they can handle. And whenever policy document is being prepared, because of overlap functions of agencies, there is lack of cooperation among the federal agencies and parastatals. And selection of the experts along the intermodal lines has also affected it. I think finally, the greatest of the challenge we have is the interagencies of the transportation unions, who have actually aligned themselves with several state governments, and they become extremely more powerful than the Ministry of Transport, ensuring that a number of issues are actually addressed in the policy. What are the directional outlook of this now? Which direction do we need to go to ensure that we really have a sustainable transportation policy? We must actually ensure that environmental impacts of whatever transportation development is put in place. Intelligent transportation system as it affects city transport must also be in place. We must also put in place resources that will match initiative. But more importantly, agency leadership is very, very important. A number of agencies, ministries, and departments do not have competence and professionally qualified individuals that can actually drive the policy statements that actually be done. My closing remark. Except what Madam Folorusho said earlier can be well articulated, we shall believe in the low drums of having effective transportation policy. Policy goals and objectives must be able to address sustainable transportation systems in all what that has been said. Formulation and adoption must be supported by political will. As we observed, up till now, we still have drafted transport policy statements. And it also requires the participation from all different parties, government bodies, interest groups, stakeholders, transport providers, and users to have a well-articulated transportation policy. The last slide there shows the extent of what we have had and why we don't have the transport policy that we actually. Everybody keeps blaming one another. Either they blame the person that it is leading, either the president or the minister for transport or minister for aviation. Everybody see one problem or the other. We must come together and resolve these intra-agencies, intra-department fibbles to ensure that we move the transportation forward. I so submit. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor Oyeshiku, for that overview and a good place to conclude on the presentations made today. In a few minutes, we will just quickly present some of the question and answers, some of the questions that were asked. This segment will take nothing more than 15 minutes. We've taken a good deal of your time, and I want to thank all the participants that are still logged on with us since 10 a.m. We're truly grateful for being part of this workshop, and we do hope to see you tomorrow and day after at the various sectors based on your areas of interest. I'm going to start with the first question, which was asked by Madam Soro, and I do believe this question was directed to the representative of the Honorable Minister for Work. And the question is, are road corridors, and I'm not sure if he's still with us, but I'll ask the question all the same. Are the road corridors listed part of the AUC PIDA Trans-Africa Road Project? If yes, what year was each project said? What is B? What is the realistic appraisal of the status of the works vis-a-vis work completed or yet to be completed? Then, if Nigeria is lagging behind on any segment, what are the reasons? And clarifications and information to confirm the availability of road transport corridors for the operationalization of movement of goods and passengers contemplated under AfCFTA. I'm not Engineer Uzo, sir, are you still with us? I'm not sure he's still with us. Maybe that, Madam Mufang, maybe that question might be asked again during the road workshop on the 25th of November, when the road experts will be speaking on the sector. To go on to other questions. The next question was asked by Mr. Paul Ndibe, and he is asking, with the ongoing restructuring efforts of the federal government, how is it possible how is the government looking at the possibility of the extension to border towns as against connection to state capitals if we are to take advantage of AfCFTA? And I think he's looking at rail. With respect to rail, would Professor Adesoji Adesanya, sir, would you kindly help us address that question? Professor Adesanya. Professor Adesanya, are you still with us, sir? I don't.
Hello. Can you hear
Yes,
me, please?
sir.
I keep having problem with this,
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
Okay, Mr. Paul Ndibe was asking, with the ongoing restructuring efforts of the federal government, how is the government looking at the possibility of extension to border towns as against connections to state capitals if we are to take advantage of AfCFTA? I think the question, in other words, is that if there's any form of restructuring in Nigeria, how do we then ensure that state capitals are still connected? I think that's the import of that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there are a few things we need to understand. You don't necessarily, because of the rigidity of the rail system, you do not necessarily have to connect all state capitals for several reasons. I'm not saying that you cannot connect them, but what we're saying is that, first of all, we need to be very sure that the state capital we're talking about is one that, has, advantages that the rail system can benefit from, so to say. So we need to adequately assess, some of these state capitals such that they have some significant benefits they can offer. If all state capitals can offer benefits, fine, good enough. But the point is that, we need to thoroughly assess, the capitals on, on several criteria. If they meet them, then fine. But, already that has been in the pipeline for quite some time. If you look at some of the rail plans, there are indications that, state capitals will be connected, airports will be connected, seaports and so on will be connected. But how feasible are all of these things? Will they really generate the kind of benefits that we need at the end of the day? I think it's a question which, we should all ponder about. Thank you. Does that answer? Mr.
Yes,
Ndibe, does that answer?
Well, I want to believe so, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay,
I'll move on to the next question. This is a question by Mr. Paul. And he is asking that, looking at the congestion and accessibility challenges to our 6 major ports, which incidentally are under concession agreements, are we looking at the facilities at our other smaller ports to improve on them and designate them as agricultural export ports for the purposes of AfCFTA? I do believe that this is under maritime, and I'll call on Mr. Temisa to kindly answer the question if he's still with us. If he is not, that question can.
Okay. Basically, I think the challenges we face in Lagos is quite tremendous, and it's highly unfortunate that the government has not taken the level of seriousness they need to take about the issue related to Lagos. And I think that is because also the National Bureau of Statistics, I don't think they've been able to calculate the kind of money we are losing. Not only losing in the sense of the delays that the trucks are causing by virtue of demurrage, because those trucks sitting out there, they definitely are going to be demurrage costing them, but also the amount of time containers have to sit at the ports, and then the amount of loss of business. Now, we hear a lot about the export businesses, whereby goods that are being taken to the port are actually being destroyed on the way into the port. Then, we've not even talked about the diversion of cargoes, which are going to other areas, which also causing a lot of losses to the nation. And like it said, you know, we have river ports, and we
Mr. Temisa, I think we have issues with your connections. Okay, to the final, or to the second to the last question, I'm afraid that that question might have to be taken during the maritime segment, which is tomorrow. Hopefully, Mr. Temisa's connection will be better then. I'll just quickly move on to the next question. Aderonke Adeniro, Nick, I'm not quite sure I got that right. I'm sorry if I'm not passing. Asked, Shagamu has been mentioned several times as part of the several routes. Can the minister be more specific about here in Shagamu? I do not see any undergoing work in Shagamu, except if reference is to be made to the expressway, which more or less passes by Shagamu. Please, can I have more clarification on the issue? The representative of the Honorable Minister of Works is not here, so that will be a question taken at the road session. Please do log on for road on the 20th of November from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And to our final question from Gabriel Idahosa, can we apply the successful licensing model in the telecom industry?
Sorry, excuse me. The rep is here. The minister's
okay.
rep is here.
Okay. Sir, did you get my question? Engineer Uzo, did you get my question?
Yes, I got your question on Shagamu.
Okay.
Okay, I got your question on Shagamu. First, Shagamu is a major link because we have
Mr. Reagan, is it me or is it Engineer Uzo's connection that is frozen?
It's Engineer Uzo's.
Some proceed. Hello? Hello? So, hello? Hello?
You can kindly proceed, sir.
Yes. So I said at Shagamu, the traffic reduces because some continue towards Ibadan and some continue towards Benin. So Shagamu is a critical point and a major hub for the traffic along that corridor? That's the question I got. I don't know the other questions because I was muted while the questions were. I couldn't pick them. So if I have those other questions, maybe I will try to respond to them.
So what we will employ that you'll be part of us during road again so that these questions could be asked. Because
Okay.
we are running out of time today, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
And I'll quickly run through the last question by Mr. Gabriel Idaosa that says he applied the successful licensing model in the telecoms industry to the rail transport industry. Alternatively, can we apply this also successful PPP model of the Nigeria NLNG, government 49 and private rail operators? I think this has to do with rail. There seems to be a lot of interest in rail today. Professor Adesonya, so are you still with us? Can you kindly on and answer the question? Professor Adesonya.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I keep having audio challenges. I don't know. I keep having audio challenges. I don't know. I don't understand why. Can you help me?
But we can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
We can hear you clearly, sir.
Yes. Sorry, I'll have to ask.
Thank you.
I'll have to ask that you repeat the question, please.
Okay. The question is asking if the model with the licensing model in the telecoms industry and the PPP arrangement with the Nigerian liquefied natural gas system, whether those two models can be used to develop the rail sector.
Well,
in terms of private participation.
Yeah, you see, the problem with the rail system is that, it doesn't, I mean, the rate of return of investment is not as huge, and it's not as, you don't get it as quickly as some of these other sectors that people are talking about. That is the key problem. That is why most investors are really not too keen about concessioning, within the rail system. For the telecoms, you make quick money, and so on and so forth. But then when it comes to rail, usually it takes some fairly long period of time before you begin to get the results of your investment. That is why concessioning is always a big problem to investors, particularly those from the private sector. I think that has always been the general argument. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if I had the challenges as well. There's been a request from Madam Osoro. I don't know if the representative of the Honorable Minister of Works can, in 1 minute, quickly answer her question. Engineer Uzo, sir.
What's the question again, please? I didn't get it.
Okay, yes, sir. Her question was, are the road corridors part of the AUC PIDA Trans-Africa Road Project? And if yes, what stage has the development gotten to, particularly in the light of AfCFTA?
Thank you. I think while I was making the presentation, I highlighted what I concentrated on were the Trans-African highways traversing Nigeria. I listed the 9, and I told you those that traverse Nigeria. And we have works going on different sections of the entire road corridor. So, and even we've gone far ahead to develop these joint border posts. We've also gone ahead to domesticate the axle load limits in Nigeria in compliance with the ECOWAS regulations. And we are going on now to set up way bridges because we now have the law to control the axle loads of vehicles plying our roads. And it's the same as in the West African sub-region. Both the dimensions, the height, the weight, the width of these vehicles are standardized, and the axle loads are stated for any type of axle of any axle configuration of heavy goods vehicles. Going forward, the fine is so much that it will even discourage you not to overload, because 1 ton above the legal limit for the classification of your heavy goods vehicle attracts a fine. The minimum fine starts from 1 million naira. So I don't know the value of the goods you carry that you want to pay that type of fine. And we are now setting up a pilot scheme. We want to start with the roads leaving Lagos, because that is where we're having the heavy goods, especially going through the ports. So if we start that pilot scheme, we are going on with ICRC to develop the business plan to concession the other way bridges that we have. So it's good for participants to note the efforts of the federal government. Even the president has directed MPA to control the axle load at the ports. And we have tried to work together with MPA to make sure that it's being enforced. So even before the cargo leaves the ports, there are limits depending on the configuration. Same for the tank farms. So these are very widely known in the oil and gas sector too, that there are limits. And I'm sure the last time you heard, there were classifications that no tanker should carry more than 45,000 liters. And the same axle load has been converted for cement, for bitumen, for other common goods that traverse our roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, I'd like to call on Mr. Francis Anatol-Gu, the Senior Special Assistant to the President and Secretary of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement National Action Committee, for his closing remarks and vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Honorable ministers of state, senior government officials, captains of businesses and associations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying thank you for spending literally the whole day with us today on this first day of the AfCFTA workshop on transportation, with the theme making Nigeria the hub for transportation in Africa. I think it's been a very, very enlightening, very, very insightful presentations. Right from the opening address by the Ambassador Miriam Katagum, the
Mr. Anatol-Gu.
Yeah, okay, there's just a bit of a breaking connection, so we'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, please, just a couple seconds. Be right back.
Hello. So my apologies, we lost power at our end, but we're back on now. My sincere apologies. So, and then we had the Honorable Minister of Aviation, who talked to us about the role, the target for aviation, which is really to contribute up to 5% of our GDP, which is great, and it's in line with what we are targeting. So not only, so here, therein you can see direct opportunity to link AfCFTA to our GDP. And of course, I mentioned all that is being done. And the products that they are focusing, we will be focusing on, especially the perishables, which was further reinforced during Ms. Funke Adeyemi's presentation on building sustainable and accessible transportation system for trade, focused on aviation. The opportunities for inherent in the AfCFTA were highlighted during the presentation by Director of Trade, which I represent, whom I represented. And essentially, AfCFTA is a strategic initiative. We really don't have a choice if we are to move away from the cyclical economic growth which we experience with oil and gas. So beyond that, talking about the trends and outlook for transportation sector and implications for AfCFTA, it was quite clear with the statistics where we are and specifics of what we need to do as a country to take advantage of the AfCFTA. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't summarize everything one by one, but what I will say is that we have built a very strong foundation for the session tomorrow and next, focusing on the specific segments: maritime, rail, road, and air. We have touched on various elements from the policies that we need, the infrastructure that we need. And it is clear, one thing I took a note, when we're talking about services, it is clear that even if we focus on providing seafarers, we would go a long way in creating jobs, go a long way in growing our economy and domesticating transportation. So really, we need to go identify, and we have identified specific areas that we must focus on and grow in services and infrastructure and what have you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would say thank you very much for your presence today. I hope you've enjoyed this session as much as I have. Please join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have eminent speakers handling maritime and rail. And there, the objective is to delve deep into how will it work? What do we need to do? Who needs to do what for AfCFTA to work for us? How do we ensure that we build a fleet? How do we ensure that we domesticate the business services associated with transportation? How do we make sure that we get that interconnectivity that we seek? At this point, I'll just say thank you very much. I'll invite you, I'll let you know that all the presentations today will be put on our website, and so will be shared as well via email to all those that registered. Tomorrow as well, we'll start by 10. You can follow us on social media. You can ask questions via email at info@ngrafcfta.com. But at this point, I would say thank you very much and have a good day. So back to you, moderator.
Okay, I have nothing more to add. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you tomorrow and day after that. You have a great day ahead. Thank you.